Press 399 to stop the event. Starting streaming.
Cub Central Lou Piniella Show on News Talk 720 WGN, sponsored by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Continue our Cub Central pregame show on the Cubs Radio Network. I'm David Kaplan. Ron Santo rejoins me from Arizona. So a few technical difficulties to play the Lou Piniella interview. So, Ronnie, what did Lou have to say, his thoughts on what he witnessed yesterday, especially the big homer from Hoffbauer?
Yeah, well, he said in the interview, and I'm just sorry because what's unique today, Sutcliffe is going to be managing this ball club. And I had Sut and Lou on, and the darn thing didn't turn out. But Lou was very impressed and has been very impressed with Hoffbauer. And he told him, he said he's going to be playing left field, a little right field when giving Soriano and Milton Bradley a day off. Of course, his best position is first base, but he believes that he'll at least get 350 at-bats this year.
So that number of at-bats, I mean, that means they're going to give him a lot of opportunity.
A lot. Because, believe me, Cap, this guy is a good hitter. He's going to be a star. No doubt in my mind.
He will be able to play. Obviously, they're going to give Derek Lee more rest than they ever have before.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and the same with the rest of them. I mean, he's going to rest, Milton Bradley in right field, Soriano. There's guys that don't want to rest, and Lee's one of them, and Soriano's the other guy. And Milton, of course, is healthy, and but you look at the last couple of years at postseason, you just want to be a little stronger. And he's going to rest Ramirez. So the only question he has right now, Cap, is who plays third base when Ramirez doesn't. And it would probably be Fontenot or maybe, I'm just saying, Miles. Miles might do. It's between Fontenot and Miles is what he said, but that's his only concern right now.
Right, and if it's not one of those two, then it's someone who's not currently a part of the organization.
Exactly.
But Ronnie, then when you look at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, there really are not many battles left to find out who makes the roster.
Say that again.
There really are not many battles left unless somebody has a great spring or an awful spring. They pretty much know who the 25 guys going north are.
Pretty much so, yeah. Probably the only openings, in a sense, to me, are maybe in that bullpen or starting rotation.
What else did Lou have to say, maybe about Samardzija? What did he see out of the pitching staff yesterday?
He said Samardzija looked good. He was throwing the ball well. He was very impressed, and you probably know this name, Kerrigan.
Yep.
He's a right-hander, and he was very impressed with him.
Also looking at the defense that you saw yesterday, I liked the defense from Samardzija on the double play ball. He had to I was listening to your broadcast, and he had to make a big pitch. He was able to come up with a key double play, fielded it well, and started it well.
Oh, yeah. In fact, Samardzija comes off to the first base side, but he doesn't come out a lot. He's pretty much covering the mound, in the middle of the mound, and he just reached over, backhanded the ball, and you could just see him set himself, make a good throw to Soto, giving him plenty of time to get the runner going down to first base. And what you're looking at as a pitcher there, and you're looking for that ground ball, and he got it, and it was a fork ball that he threw that pitch.
What do you expected today? Pitching matchup? What did Lou talk about with today's lineup, Ronnie?
Well, we're going to have Marshall leading off. Marmol's going to pitch today. Chad Fox is going to pitch. I can't recall. Kevin Hart's going to throw today, and Stanton.
There you go, Mike Stanton. That's a veteran arm.
Yeah, it sure is. Mike's 41 years old, and he's trying to make this ball club.
Ronnie, I appreciate the time and look forward to listening to you and Pat. I can hear Pat in the background there.
Yeah, well, he was helping me out here because I knew there was quite a few pitchers going today. So he's always there for me.
By the way, did they have tuna and soup for him?
I don't know. He went down to eat. I don't. Sometimes there's no tuna. Did you have any tuna, Pat?
I looked for it, Ron. It was not there, but thanks for asking.
Pat, good to talk to you, Pat.
How you doing, Cap?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. Would you like some tuna?
I would love a tuna sandwich right now.
Baby.
You guys have a great
All right,
broadcast.
thanks,
Cap.
All right, we'll talk to you. That is Pat Hughes and Ron Santo in Arizona. Cubs and Brewers getting ready in just a little while. We'll come back. Ronnie's going to chat with Micah Hoffpower, and I'll have scores and run down other news in sports. It's all coming up on the WGN Chicago Cubs Radio Network.
Getting kids to do their schoolwork is...
Batting second in right field for 16, first Duffy. Duffy, right field. Batting third at shortstop for 7, J.J. Hardy. Hardy, shortstop. Batting fourth in left field, number 8, Ryan Braun. Braun, left field. Batting fifth, center field for 25.
Cubs Touch pregame on News Talk 720 WGN, sponsored by National City Bank.
Hi, everybody. Ron Santo back here in Arizona for another Cactus League game, and my guest on the pregame show is a fine first baseman, outfielder for the Chicago Cubs, Micah Hoffpower. And first of all, I wanted to ask you, as a young player who now has made this ball club, what is your routine as far as when the season's over? What do you do?
Take a couple weeks to just kind of relax and just enjoy being at home, hang out with the family, and just kind of take it easy. And then after about the first 2 or 3 weeks, routine of doing some weightlifting, get into my condition and stuff like that. And then probably around the middle of December, we'll start getting into the cage, start hitting, and start throwing, and start getting into that aspect of things. But just trying to stay consistent in my routine and my work and stuff like that in the off season, I think is kind of what's helped me get to where I'm at.
Are you indoors when you're doing all this?
For the most part. I mean, the lifting and stuff like that, yes. But as far as hitting and things like that, in Texas, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
We have days where it's cool, days where it's cold, but for the most part, yeah, we're pretty much outside most of the time.
Well, yesterday, of course, you had the big grand slam home run to win the ball game, and I noticed the one thing about you, and I talked about it on the radio. Not only are you a power hitter, you hit the ball to all fields. I feel very strongly, you're going to be an everyday player, and you're going to be a good one. There's no doubt about it. And I like the idea that you'll hit for average along with home runs.
I think that's been my game from day one. I haven't always been the power guy, the guy that hits a lot of home runs, and I guess you could say I made my money hitting for average. And now as I get a little bit older and a little wiser and a little stronger, and with the work that we've put in the past, I've started to where I'm hitting a few more home runs, and that's the last thing I want to do is sacrifice my average and things like that, because I think that is something that will get me in the lineup. And like I said, I really do hope one day to be an everyday player.
And I know that you're very comfortable at first base, and I always feel like somebody that they move to another position, you're thinking about how you can play that outfield and affects the hitting. But when you get back to where you're comfortable, you're a much more relaxed hitter, I would say.
I think so. I think that my confidence level in the outfield's gotten a lot better. I think today I'll be in left field, and I don't worry about it too much. I think somebody had made mention of that my average goes up when I play first base. I've never really thought about it, but I guess it kind of does coincide with that. But I don't think about it too much, and I think like I said, my confidence level, I think now is where it should be in the outfield, and putting in the work with Mike Quaddy in the mornings is helping a lot.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that we need your bat in that lineup, and I know you're going to be coming off that bench, and I'm sure you're going to get quite a few at bats this year, no doubt about it.
Well, I sure hope so. I mean, obviously that's I don't get to make that lineup. If I did, we know where we would all be, but it'll be fun, and I think that the sooner that I can accept the role that I'm in, I think that the better off that I'll be, and I think it'll be more beneficial for the team.
How many years have you had in the minor leagues?
I started in 2002 as my first season, so bits and pieces of 6-7 years. This will be my 7th season as far as professional baseball is concerned. So
you're in the big leagues now, big boy, and continue success.
Well, I sure hope so. Thank you, Ron.
Micah Hoffbauer, and we'll be right back with more baseball on WGN Cubs Radio Network.
Cubs Central Sports Wire on News Talk 720 WGN, sponsored by Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. We continue our Cubs Central pregame show on the WGN Chicago Cubs Radio Network, and I have a very sad story to report. It has come into our newsroom. We have just learned that former Bulls star Norm Van Leer has died. Norm Van Leer, 61 years of age, would have been 62 April the 1st, was found dead apparently this morning. He missed his post-game show last night on Comcast Sportsnet, where he broadcasts, and from what we're being told, he was found by police this morning in his home No cause of death has been listed, but Norman Allen Van Leer III, Norm Van Leer, who was he was a dear friend of mine, my longtime radio partner at another station down the dial at AM 1000. Loved the man. I absolutely loved Norm Van Leer, and he's gone at the age of 61, found dead this morning here in Chicago. So our deepest sympathies go out to his wife, Susan, his 2 daughters, and to millions of Bulls fans who look forward to watching his always critical, hilarious, and honest analysis on the pre- and post-game shows that he did with Kendall Gill and Mark Shanowski on Comcast Sportsnet. So can't believe it. My old partner, Norman Van Leer, gone at the age of 61. Quick look at the baseball scores that are going on. We have some spring training baseball in the Grapefruit League that's going on. I'll see if I can bring those up for you. The Astros in the 6th, leading the Braves 7-2. That game was started a couple innings for Roy Oswalt. And I think that's pretty much the only one we've got that's got early action going. Everything in the Cactus League is going to start a little bit later. The Athletics are going to be battling the Angels. The Diamondbacks are going to play the Indians, the Rangers and the Royals. Brewers and Cubs you'll get, of course, right here. Mariners and Padres, Dodgers and Giants, and the White Sox and the Rockies. Yeah, there are a few other scores that we've got in the Grapefruit League. The Cardinals trail the Orioles 7-2. Red Sox are leading the Pirates 2-0 in the 6th. Twins 4-zip over the Reds in the 6th. The Nationals 2-1 over the Tigers. Blue Jays and Phillies tied at 2 in the 7th. Marlins trail the Mets 6-0. If you missed the news, Johan Santana says he feels stiffness in his elbow and he has been scratched from his first spring start tomorrow. And they'll wait to see if that subsides. Rays trailing the Yankees 2-1 in the top of the 7th. And the other news is Kerry Wood is feeling back stiffness, something he did deal with in Chicago when he pitched for the Cubs, and has not yet been able to get up on a mound. So the Indians said they will monitor him. He is listed as day-to-day, and he has not yet thrown for the Indians. But, again, our top story, what we've learned just a few minutes ago, very, very sad. My old radio partner, former Bulls All-Star, Norm Van Leer, dead at the age of 61. That's going to wrap up our pregame show. Pat and Ron coming up with the play-by-play. The Brewers and the Cubs in Cactus League action. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'll have Sports Central for you tonight. We'll look back on the life of Norm Van Leer, among other things on the show. I'm David Kaplan on the WGN Chicago Cubs Radio Network.
One goal. One.
Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air from Hohokam Park in Mesa, Arizona. It's a Cactus League battle between the Chicago Cubs and the Milwaukee Brewers. Good afternoon, everybody. Along with Cubs legend Ron Santo, it's Pat Hughes reporting. It is a beautiful day here in Arizona, and the starting pitchers for the Cubs, left-hander Sean Marshall, and for Milwaukee, young right-hander Giovanni Gallardo. It's Game 2 of the Cactus League season. The Cubs were a winner yesterday against the Dodgers. Back to take a look at today's starting lineups and get this one underway right after this on WGN Cubs Radio Network.
Red line will be lined up.
Let's take a look at the starting lineups for today's game. Leading off for the Milwaukee Brewers and playing second base, Ricky Weeks. Batting second and playing in right, Chris Duffy. The number 3 hitter at shortstop is J.J. Hardy. Batting cleanup in left field, Ryan Braun. Mike Cameron in center field. Batting sixth and catching, Mike Rivera. Brad Nelson at first base. Casey McGee will hit 8th. McGee, a former Cubs farmhand, will bat 8th and play third base for the Brewers today. And right-hander Giovanni Gallardo bats 9th. He's the Brewers starting pitcher. And here is the Cubs starting lineup to face Gallardo this afternoon. Joey Gathright leads off in center. Aaron Miles at second base. Batting third in right field, Milton Bradley. Aramis Ramirez at third base. Batting fifth in left field, Michael Hoffpower. Jake Fox at first base. The Cubs catcher batting seventh, Paul Bacco. Darwin Barney at short. And batting ninth, left-hander Sean Marshall. We are all set to go. The tall, lanky left-hander fires first pitch. Check swing and a miss, and it's 0-1, and we're underway. Marshall on the mound for the Cubs. Ronnie, tell us about Sean.
Well, Sean, boy, since he's joined the Cubs, Pat, he's been a guy when you need him to start, he's there. In the bullpen, he's there. He's a guy that...
High fly ball, shallow right. Bradley is there, routine play. He's got it, one away. Go ahead, Ron.
He's the type of player, Pat, that just loves this game, and... if they want him to start, he'll start. If they want him in the bullpen, no complaints whatsoever. He's got a good sinking fastball, very good slider, changeup, and I think he throws a curveball on occasions.
One away, just underway. The Brewers in their traveling uniforms, the navy blue shirts with gray trousers. white numbers on the Brewers' backs with those navy blue hats and dark shoes. The Cubs in their home whites with the familiar blue pinstripes and the blue hats and numbers and socks. Here's a fly ball to deep right center off the bat of Chris Duffy back toward the wall. That ball is going to be off the base of the barrier. Rounding second, going to third with a triple is Chris Duffy. Little left-handed batter really put a charge in one and belted it about 400 feet to the base of the wall in deep right center here in Mesa. It's a one-out triple, and the batter J.J. Hardy. It's 410 to dead center here at Polo Camp Park. 340 down the left field line. 350 to the corner and right. And the alleys are deep. It's about 395 to right center and 385 to deep left center. Infield back with one away. The tall left-hander working from the stretch facing J.J. Hardy. Right-handed batting shortstop takes a strike. Game 2 of the Cactus League. The Cubs winning yesterday, 5-3 over the Dodgers. The Brewers played to a 3-3 tie in their exhibition opener in a game against the Oakland A's. Here's a high curve that missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, it went 10 innings, so they played an extra inning. You know, I'd have been here for you. It was 10.
You mean you would have driven back to the park? Here is a fly ball to deep center. This will drive in a run. Back goes Gathright. That ball is over his head and up against the wall. Hardy is going to have a ringing RBI double, and Milwaukee leads 1-0. A bullet to the left of dead center. Gathright, Ronnie, may have slightly misjudged that ball, which is easy to do on a ball hit that hard.
That hard, and, you know, I don't know if the sun had anything to do with it, but I agree with you, Pat. I thought he might make that play. It was hit hard.
Hardy hit a line smash. It landed near the warning track just to the left of straightaway. Hardy, for a shortstop, has significant power. 1-0 Milwaukee, and here is the left fielder, Ryan Braun, one of the game's best young sluggers. Braun takes a strike. This kid's going to play for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Braun figures to be the starting left fielder. He has put up some big-time numbers in his brief time. It's hard to believe, Ronnie, this is only going to be his second full season in the majors. It seems like he's been around forever.
Yeah, he got the Rookie of the Year, didn't he? And
2 years ago.
2 years ago, and he hit 37 home runs last year.
He was third in the MVP voting last year behind the winner, Albert Pujols, and the runner-up, Ryan Howard of the Phillies. Braun waits the pitch by Marshall. Fastball outside, and the count now 2-0. Braun led the league with 83 extra base hits. He's got big-time power.
Oh, does he? Very quick bat, stays back on the ball. This is a very good hitting ball club.
Here's a swing and a miss at a good high fastball. Braun stands straight up and down, very little crouch to his stance, and he holds that bat high also.
Yeah, he really, and he has a very short stride. That's why he's so quick.
1-0 Milwaukee, top of the first, one away, a runner at second. The lead by Hardy, the pitch from Marshall. Braun lines one. Foul right down below us. I would like to tell you exactly where it landed, but
it caught.
I
a guy caught it.
Around.
Well, a guy caught it. He made a great catch.
I'll take your word for it, Ron. That thing came back looking very hungry.
I told you, those are the ones that come to eat.
It was ready to take a bite out of me. I know that. Here is a curveball hit high in the air into deep left field. Back is Hoffbauer looking up. He does not see it. I didn't think he did. It falls in for a base hit. Hardy is going to try to score the relay to the plate. The slide. He is out at the plate. Out at the plate. Braun ends up at second. Hardy had to hold up thinking Hoffbauer would catch the ball. It landed to the left of Hoffbauer near the line. Hardy tried to score, and he was cut down the relay by the shortstop Barney to the catcher Bacco, and a nice relay it was.
Yeah, it was a very good relay and a good call, Pat. But, you know, I think both Garthright and Hoppower had problems with the sun. I really do. That ball was hit high.
Braun gets credit for a double, I would imagine, but Hardy is out on the 7-6-2 relay to the plate. It's very common to see balls lost in the sun here in Arizona.
Yep.
The batter is Mike Cameron. He takes a strike, 0-1. 3 straight extra base hits for the Brewers. That last one tainted, however, lost in the sun. Curve is outside from Marshall. Yeah, the Brewers have a lot of power. Not in the lineup today, Prince Fielder, their big first baseman. But they got Braun and they got Hardy, and Bill Hall can take you deep. Here's the pitch, fouled away over our heads and out of play. Ricky Weeks, the leadoff man, has some power. They were actually third in the league in home runs a year ago. The team that led was the Phillies. Somewhat surprisingly, second best home run hitting team in the league was the Florida Marlins.
Isn't that something?
But the Brewers have a distinctive new look this season. Starting off with their manager, the new skipper is Ken Maka. Ken hired after Dale Swaim took over for Ned Yost. Yost was fired with 12 games to go last September. Swaim took over as an interim manager and actually led the Brewers into the postseason. Here's the pitch to Cameron. Swing and a miss. He got him. Marshall gives up 3 hits, but only 1 run. The Brewers leave one after a half. It's Milwaukee 1 and the Cubs coming up. With Ron Santo, Pat Hughes back at Hohokam Park in Mesa. Cactus League action today. We thank you for joining us. Our starting lineups were brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Experience wellness everywhere. 1-0 Brewers, bottom of the first. Joey Gathright, speedster who played with Kansas City a year ago. Joey, without much power, did not homer last year and hit .254 for the Royals. But he's got a lot of speed. Giovanni Gallardo, the young right-hander for the Brewers, fires high, ball 1. Ronnie, tell us about Giovanni.
Well, boy, Pat, we talked about him yesterday. He's got great stuff. He's just a young guy. But when we saw him before he hurt his leg, his knee, in fact, in Chicago. I mean, he spots the ball well. He's got a good fastball, good changeup, good breaking ball, and a lot of poise out there.
He's got a very stylish motion also. Just nice and easy. He fires again. It's outside for a ball. One of those guys that makes it look effortless.
Yeah, and that ball's at 95, that fastball. And he just kind of, as you said, mechanics are fabulous. Comes right over the top.
Gathright pokes it foul off to the left. Joey, a left-handed batter. Gallardo on the mound, 6'2", 222. We saw that serious knee injury on the 1st of May at Wrigley Field last year. It was kind of a freak play.
Oh, boy.
I want to say it was Reed Johnson who either hit a dribbler or bunted the ball. I can't remember which, but it was a play where the pitcher had to cover first. Gallardo, running over toward the bag, had to leap over the body of Johnson. Here's a foul off to the left. I can still kind of see Reed starting to dive head first, Ron. Gallardi jumping over Johnson to avoid the collision. And when he landed near the coaching box, he landed very awkwardly and blew out his ACL in his right knee, anterior cruciate ligament, which is the main part of that knee. Here's a changeup high outside, 3-2 on Gathright. And just watching the replay, you could tell the knee was twisted at a grotesque angle. And sure enough, he had surgery later in the month and missed most of last year. He worked very hard to rehabilitate himself, and he actually got back on the active list in late September and pitched Game 1 of the playoffs against Philadelphia and lost to the Phils. 1-0 Brewers, bottom of the first. Here's the pitch to Gathright. Fastball, high, ball 4. Good eye. I've always thought, Ronnie, for a guy that does not have a lot of power and does have a lot of speed, you're just smart if you learn how to have a good eye.
That's right.
And work your way and get some walks.
That's right. And for that walk and every Cub walk, Walgreens will make a $100 donation to the WGN. Make a $100 donation to JDRF.
I got a little nervous there for a second. Here's Aaron Miles, switch hitting infielder, playing second base today. And again, we thank all of the great sponsors back for Cubs baseball here this season. Great to be back on the flagship, good old WGN in Chicago, 7:20 a.m. Here's the pitch. In there for a called strike. I know Tom Langmeyer is probably listening in today. Tom, the general manager of WGN. And we've got a new program director, Kevin Matheny.
Yeah, Matheny, yes. Nice to have Kevin aboard.
1 ball, 1 strike on Aaron Miles. Short lead by Gathright. Gallardo to the belt. And the pitch. Line toward short, caught by Hardy. Gathright dives back to first. No throw forthcoming from the shortstop. Miles hit it sharply right to Hardy. 1 down.
Miles going to be a very good acquisition of this ball club. Can hit from both sides, play second, short, and probably, if they had to, play third base. He had a very good year for the Cardinals on part-time. Hit over 300.
Here is Milton Bradley. Milton did not play yesterday. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Slightly open stance. Waves that bat behind the left ear. Gallardo's pitch, fastball high, 1-0.
He's very serious about this game, Pat. He was a very hard worker, and he's very happy to be a Cub. He wanted to be a Cub, and he finally, in his career, has had security. He got a 3-year contract. And, he mentioned the fact that before any team that needed a player, he was the one that would move there and play, but no security whatsoever.
Switch hitter. He's got a lot of power.
Yeah.
He will draw his share of walks.
He's a guy that's going to drive in a lot of runs. He's hit 20 home runs.
Gathright running. Change up, miss. Throw to second. Slide, save. The ball dropped by Hardy. The throw slightly to the third base side by Rivera, the catcher. Had Hardy hung on to the throw, it might have been a close play.
Yeah, it looked like the ball might have beat him, but he's in there, which is important.
Gathright stealing a base here in the Cactus League. You don't see many, but you know what? When that is your game, you got to work on your game in the spring, Ron.
Right.
Here's Milton Bradley taking a strike. And you don't want anybody to get hurt. That's very important in the spring. But at the same time, if one of the big parts of your game is running and stealing bases, then it just makes sense that that's what you got to work on here in Cactus League play. Bradley waits the pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-2. Aramis Ramirez on deck. 70 glorious degrees in Arizona.
Yeah, boy, and nice little breeze. Beautiful.
Just some thin clouds in the area. Mainly blue skies. The pitch. Outside, 3-2. Bradley has not yet taken a swing at anything. Gathright at second and one away.
He's a very good disciplined hitter. And he doesn't. He moves the hands quite a bit, get ready to hit, but he's got a very, very short stride.
He pokes it foul on the ground past third. Mike Quaddy, the coach, in the box at third for the Cubs. Matt Sinatro in the box at first. The crowd, not a sellout again. We had just under 8,000 yesterday. We might have around 7,000 today.
Yeah. But
maybe just under 7.
Yeah, maybe a little bit under 7, yeah.
Bradley takes ball 4, low and in. We told you he'll get his walks.
Yep.
Bradley among the league leaders in on-base percentage a year ago. And Bradley's going to leave the game for a pinch runner right away, somewhat surprisingly.
Yeah, that is surprising.
So Bradley left. We were not aware of any
No, there's no problem.
And here's Aramis Ramirez with 2 on and 1 away. The pitch by Gallardo. Swing and a miss. Ramirez did not play yesterday.
Ramirez looks in great shape. Boy, you talk about talented. Oh. This guy has really improved defensively. Offensively, he could put up numbers as good as anybody.
His final figures a year ago, 289, 27 homers, a team leading 111 RBIs. Gallardo's pitch outside a curveball. It's funny, Ron, as good as it was, Ramirez had some droughts a year ago.
I know it.
0 for 27.
I know it.
0 for 20.
Goes to show you how good he is. And you can make that up.
Now the next offering. Fastball a little bit low, and it's 2-1. Gallardo throwing hard here in his first Cactus League outing.
Mm-hmm. I think, personally, it looks like he's overthrowing.
2 walks in the opening inning issued by Gallardo. Gallardo just a kid, but with the departures of free agents C.C. Sabathia and Ben Sheets, this guy becomes the ace of the staff. Now the pitch. Ramirez hits a pop fly. Foul behind the plate. Rivera coming back. Does he have room? No. 2-2. Gallardo, 23 years old. But the Brewers have been the main competitors to the Cubs for the division championship the last 2 years.
I think about it. I remember Bud, you know, when they opened the dome and he'd come over and he said, and then, of course, Milwaukee moved into the National League, and it was like the rivalry we had with the Milwaukee Braves. And it was a big rivalry, and now it didn't take long for it to be a big rivalry.
It's one of the best in the league, I think.
That's right. Absolutely.
The 2-2 on the way. Ramirez swings and misses. Sharp slider got him. That ball broke low and away. Ramirez could not hold up in time. 2 down. 1-0 Brewers. An RBI double by J.J. Hardy in the top of the first. And here's Micah Hoffbauer. Micah cracked a game-winning grand slam yesterday.
Yes, he did.
2 outs, 2 on. Hoffbauer, a left-handed batter.
No, I interviewed him today.
Takes a curve for a strike, 0-1.
And I talked about, I said, tell me about your routine once the season's over. And he mentioned the fact that when he gets home, it takes 2 or 3 weeks to relax. And then they start like a lot of ball players, they don't rest for more than a month. And then they start on the weights. And then about the middle of December, he starts to swing the bat, throw the ball, and get back into the swing of things.
You still do weights, don't you?
Weights?
Well, 12 ounces at a time.
Wow.
And the 0-2. Fouled away off the hands, off to the left.
You're talking about our engineer. I don't mean Joe.
The old 12-ounce curls. Joe Pashley, our engineer here in Arizona, but Matt Bolts.
Oh, Boltsy.
Listening in back home.
And he works out, though. He works it off.
I'll take your word for it. No, a couple of his friends came by and wanted to say hi to Matt back home. We'll get their names on here later. The pitch to Hoffbauer. Curve just inside and low.
Oh, boy.
The catcher Rivera thought he had him.
But, the interesting thing about Hoffbauer, Pat, is his idea has always been to hit for average, the home runs will come. And the start of his career in the minor leagues.
Curve, big chop left side toward the hole. Backhanded by Hardy. Throws to third. Too late. Everybody's safe. Gathright alertly dove head first into third base instead of going in standing up. Good coaching by Quaddy telling him to slide. The shortstop ranged to the hole. The only possible play he had was third base, and his throw was late.
Yeah, and the one thing, if that ball stays down, it's a base hit. It came up for Hart to get the ball. He made a good play. They give him a base hit?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, time call. Bill Castro, the pitching coach, is going to head to the mound and talk to Gallardo. He's made a lot of pitches in this opening inning.
I was just thinking about that.
Ronnie, let's get back to that play. I was thinking for a third baseman, a ball hit like that, a grounder toward the hole, where you're kind of caught between going for the grounder to try to make a play, or if you can't, you got to get back and cover the bag.
Well, that ball right there, and as a third baseman, Pat, you had no chance. So your first move when you see that runner coming and the ball's going to be in the hole is third base. If you do make that move, you got no chance.
Sometimes you see third basemen also running back, and kind of reaching for their feet for the bag as they look for the ball, the throw.
Exactly.
Tough little play.
Oh, it's a very tough play.
Here is Jake Fox. Bags loaded. 1-0 Milwaukee. Bottom of the first, the pitch. Fox takes high. Fastball in under the hands. 1-0. 2 walks and an infield single. The Cubs have a chance to get on the board. Center fielder Cameron shading Fox toward right center. The pitch. Here's a high fly ball left center. Shallow. Braun coming in. The left fielder on the run makes the catch. Hardy was out there. I don't know that Hardy saw the ball.
Yeah.
Braun did. Made a running catch to end the inning. Cubs threaten, but they cannot score. They leave the maximum. We've played 1 here in the Cactus League. The score, Milwaukee 1, Cubs nothing. Mike Rivera leads off the Brewers' second inning and takes a strike from Sean Marshall. 1-0 Brewers. The next offering by the tall lefty is a swing and a miss. Rivera, right-handed batting backup catcher for the Brewers. Jason Kendall figures to be their everyday guy. Brad Nelson on deck, and then Casey McGee. Cubs have a new right fielder. Here's a fly ball into right center. Pretty well hit, but it is playable for either Gathright or the new man in right. We're still trying to identify him. Gathright makes the catch. Ron has his sunglasses focused. Not his sunglasses, his binoculars. The reason I didn't recognize it right away, normally those binoculars are focused not on the playing field itself, but elsewhere in the stand.
Yes.
One away, and here's Nelson. Lefty to lefty, curve is outside, ball one.
And usually, when I'm paying attention to the field, a certain broadcaster lets me know what's in the stands.
I'm all about play-by-play, Ron. Here's the next pitch fouled away, off to the left, out of play. Did you get a number on that new right fielder?
I didn't. I can't.
Is the answer no?
The answer is no. That's a good one. That's right.
Nelson checks, and that'll cost him a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brad Nelson. And the next pitch. Big curve drops down low, and it's 2-2. Lots of faces. I think that might be Richie Robnett. I'm going to go with Richie Robnett in right.
Well, if you're going with Richie Robnett, that's who it is.
I like the name. Now the pitch. Curve over the head of a ducking Brad Nelson. And the count now is 3-2. 1-0 Milwaukee. Top of the second inning. Ronnie, let's talk about Alfonso Soriano. He played yesterday. He is not in the lineup today, but a lot has already been written about and talked about. Here's a looper into right. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Robnett gets it back in. It's a 1-out single. 4th hit against Sean Marshall, and the batter is Casey McGee. Last year and the year before as a Cub, Soriano has hit leadoff. A year ago, he led the team in home runs. Remarkably, hit 29 homers despite missing 53 games with leg injuries. And now Lou Piniella has speculated that he might want to hit Soriano somewhere else in the order other than leadoff. What are some of your general thoughts?
Well, talking with Lou, it's very obvious, and talking with the coaches, that
big chop slowly hit to a charging shortstop Barney. 1 play, sidearm throw to first, got him. Safe at second, Nelson. 2 down. The pitcher Gallardo to bat. Go ahead, Ron.
The way Lou was saying that was a possibility at the end of the season, almost to a degree, hey, we're going to move him down the lineup. He's going to do that in spring training. But there's no doubt in my mind he's going to be number 1 when the season starts. And Pat, all the coaches, Lou, I mean, look at his career and what he has done. And sure, but who else would hit first? I mean, and now with when you're looking at the fact that we got Milton Bradley, and you got that middleman, you're
looped in the shallow right. It's going to be caught by Robnett to end the inning. That was not Gallardo that batted. Instead, for Milwaukee, that was Angel Salome. He flies to right, inning over. We'll continue this discussion when we come back. Brewers don't score after an inning and a half. It remains Milwaukee 1, Cubs nothing. right-hander Seth McClung is going to be the new Brewer pitcher. Gallardo, again, made a lot of pitches in that first inning. He walked 2 and gave up an infield single, did not give up any runs, but guys are always on a strict limit, especially the real important guys to your staff, the guys that figure prominently in your plans for the regular season. You don't want to overdo it early in spring. And Gallardo will work 1 inning, and that'll be it for him today. And Seth McClung, a huge right-hander, will be the new Brewer pitcher and face the lower third of the Cubs order, Paul Bacco, Darwin Barney, and either Sean Marshall or a pinch hitter here in the bottom of inning number 2. Cubs baseball today brought to you by Square D. Square D, part of the power at Wrigley Field. Nice to have Square D back. Paul Bacco, left-handed batter, waits, and the pitch. Broken back ground ball to second. Scooped up by Weeks, and he throws out Bacco 1 away. That bat shattered. Bacco left with just a stick in his hand. The barrel landed back near the backstop screen on his follow-through. 1 away, 1-0 Milwaukee in the second. Here's Darwin Barney. Getting back to Soriano batting leadoff or elsewhere, as Lou speculated earlier this week. For one thing, the Cubs led the league in run scoring last year with Soriano batting leadoff. Here's the first pitch. McClung delivers a strike, 0-1. Is Soriano the perfect leadoff man?
No.
Probably not. You'd like to see him get on base a little more with a few more walks. But I will say this, Ron, in talking to pitchers, here's a smash on the ground up the middle, base hit. It's a 1-out single for Darwin Barney. I've heard more than one opposing pitcher say that when you face a team with a leadoff man with power, you're sweating right from the start. And you know if you make a mistake, it could be 1-0 before your team even comes up to the plate. And that is a very intimidating thing to do to the other team.
Exactly. And if you look at it, he's the catalyst of this team. When he hits, number one, it just trickles right down the lineup. So, he's going to be the leadoff here. That's all I can say. And why make any changes? I mean, he was out with, what was it that he...
Well, he had the hamstring.
Hamstring, yes. And he's in great shape this year, and I think he's going to steal a few more bases. And with this ball club and with this pitching staff, I think this ball club's going to hit even more than they did last year.
Steve Clevenger is the pinch hitter, and then in June, Soriano got hit in the wrist with that pitch.
Yeah.
And had a broken bone in his hand, and that kept him out for another 30 or 40 games. But he's a dynamic hitter at the top of your order. And, Ronnie, I'm thinking about baseball history and some of the great slugging leadoff hitters. Here's the pitch. Clevenger takes low and in. 1-0 Milwaukee in the second. I grew up in the Bay Area. They had Bobby Bonds. You played against Bobby.
I played against Bobby.
He was a leadoff guy
That's
with a
right.
lot of power.
Right.
And he had great speed, similar to Soriano.
Exactly.
But many times he would give the Giants an immediate 1-0 lead with a leadoff home run. Ricky Henderson did it more than any man ever. Here's Clevenger taking outside. Craig Biggio down in Houston. He hit a lot of leadoff home runs. So does Soriano. There's something, again, going back to that word intimidating. Paul Molitor in Milwaukee with the Brewers here today. I'm reminded of him. Something intimidating about a guy that can lead off a game with an extra base hit, put his team immediately in the lead, and psychologically, if you've got, here's a high fastball, if you got one of your best pitchers going, say you got a Zambrano or a Dempster or whomever, and now you're up 1-0, immediately it puts that other team at a big disadvantage.
Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see what Lou Piniella decides regarding Soriano and leadoff or somewhere else.
Well, he's going to...
Runner goes, pitch high. That's ball 4. Clevenger draws the 1-out walk. 2 on, Ron, with 1 away for Joey Gathright.
He's going to, experiment with him hitting down in the lineup. But I know, and I feel very strongly about this, just my opinion, he'll be the leadoff hitter on opening day.
Now, let's take the other side of the coin and just, to keep the discussion rolling, because there is another side to it. The fact that he is your leadoff batter, and yet he's your leading home run hitter.
Mm-hmm.
Those are generally incompatible. Here's the pitch on the way. Slapped on the ground, one hop, past Hardy, left center, base hit. Rounding third, heading home, Barney. He'll score, throw to second, not in time, back safely is Clevenger. Base hit for Gathright. A liner to the hole at short. Hardy tried to backhand it on the short hop, could not do it. It skipped under the leather. RBI single, game tied 1-1. Gathright with an RBI single, and the batter Aaron Miles. But, Ron, you hit in the middle of the order.
Yep.
And wouldn't you rather, again, this is just for the sake of the discussion,
right?
Wouldn't you rather have your leading home run hitter in either the 3, 4, 5, or 6
Oh,
spots?
no doubt about it. I mean, you got to be a home run hitter in those spots. I mean, power, at least. There's no doubt. But, everybody's different. It's a frame of mind. And he, ever since he's been in the big leagues, he's been leading off or hitting second.
He's comfortable there.
He's very comfortable there.
That's big.
He knows it. He's more confident there. You put him down there, and you're putting pressure. Don't get me wrong. Guys like he drives in 90 runs. Last year he didn't, but he's
Looper into shallow left. Braun coming in. Braun makes the catch, fires to second late. Barney gets back to the bag. Miles, for the second time, hits the ball sharply, but lines out as Braun made the catch in short left. 2 down, and here's Milton Bradley.
Well, I like this left-handed hitting team that we have. What a job that Jim Hendry did this year. And this is what Lou talks about. He just knows what you need. He felt all year long we needed that left-handed bat in there.
Clevenger leads at second. Gathright away from first. Here's Milton Bradley taking a strike. I want to touch on something you brought up just a minute ago, the frame of mind and where guys hit in the order.
Yes.
You hit in the middle of the order your whole career.
Right.
It was like second nature, no big deal. But if you take a guy who's been somewhere else and put him, say, in the number 4 spot, I know in talking to guys, here's the pitch on the way. Big chop right side, glove by Nelson. First baseman takes it to the bag unassisted to end the inning. We'll continue this in a moment. Cubs get even on Gathwright's RBI single. We move to the third here in Mesa, Arizona. Beautiful day. The score, Cubs 1, Brewers 1. Third inning with Ron Santo, Pat Hughes at Hohokam Park in Mesa. We thank you for joining us. Game tied 1-1. Chad Godin, the new right-handed Cubs pitcher, and he'll face Ricky Weeks. First offering, fastball high. Ronnie, getting back to the psychology of where guys bat in the order. If you take a guy who's, say, he's been in the 6 or 7 spot, or maybe a leadoff hitter, and now all of a sudden you put him in the cleanup spot. Here's a fastball inside. Some guys, and I know this is true from just playing amateur ball, some guys, once they step in that number 4 spot, they think, I've got to hit home runs. I've got to be a slugger. I've got to do more than really I'm capable of doing. And that's a problem. Here's a swing and a foul back. So you don't...
Well,
go ahead.
When you say that they're doing something more than they're capable, they believe they're capable, but they try to do more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They do believe they can hit home runs, but there's more pressure. There's guys that love to hit with men on base, and there's guys that just squeeze that bat a little more. And that's why you got usually the 3 big guys to relax the rest of those guys.
Weeks takes down low for a ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And it is, we got a guy on our ball club here, Terrio. If he hits second or 8th, he does just as good a job. And 8th is a very difficult place to hit.
You bet.
Because you got to be patient and aggressive.
Outside, Weeks draws the leadoff walk. Game tied at 1 here in the third, and the batter is Chris Duffy, who rattled the boards in right center with a triple in the first inning and scored the Milwaukee run. J.J. Hardy drove in the tally with a booming double. Joey Gathright of the Cubs singled to drive in the Cubs tally in the second inning. Here is Chris Duffy. Thinking of Terrio feeling comfortable anywhere really in the lineup, Ronnie, ideally, you'd like every guy to just do what he's capable of and approach every at-bat exactly the same, no matter where he hit in the order, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah.
Some guys just, if they're hitting in a certain spot, they think they have a particular role that they have to fill. Throw to first, Weeks dives back in.
You see so many guys, Pat, in baseball, and I know it myself. When you got a man on third base and 1 out, or 1 or no outs, and all of a sudden they know all they got to do is hit a fly ball somewhere or a base hit, whatever, and yet they seem to give the pitcher more credit at that time. Mm-hmm. That's when the pitcher is in trouble, and you as a hitter has to realize that, and you have to be a patient guy. That pitcher is not going to throw the ball down the middle of the plate if he can help it. It's usually going to be down and away and hoping you go after a bad pitch. A lot of hitters get anxious in that situation.
Duffy takes a fastball strike, and the count is now 2-2.
And the reason I'm saying that is I've been there. I mean, there's times, but I will say honestly in my career, I like that situation. I think one year, I drove in 14 runs with sacrifice flies.
Bounce to second, could be 2. Miles to Barney, over to first, double play.
Very nice.
4-6-3. Miles fed the ball to the shortstop, Barney. Coming across the bag, had time to get rid of it before the sliding Weeks could break it up. And quickly, there are 2 down for J.J. Hardy.
That was really a good play. And Barney, he's pretty quick out there.
Hardy had a double, drove in a run his first time. Chad Godin, the right-hander, fires down low. If there's any confusion, Milton Bradley did bat in the bottom of the second inning and grounded out after he left the game for a pinch runner in the first inning. So he re-entered the game. Things are casual in the spring. These are not regular ball games. These are not like the regular season games at all.
Or maybe Sutcliffe, who asked Lou, because he's leaving, he's doing those World Games on ESPN, and he said if he could manage, and so Lou handed him the lineup today and said, "You're managing." And I did a interview with Lou and Sut, and it was funny. So maybe Sud just made a mistake, didn't realize you can't take a guy out and let him hit again.
Line to left center, base hit toward the alley. That's going to be a double for Hardy as the ball is cut off by Gathright. Gathright and the left fielder Hoffpower crisscrossing. Gathright knocked it down toward the warning track in deep left center, and Hardy has his second two-bagger of the day. He's a good hitter.
Yes, he is.
And here's Ryan Braun, speaking of good hitters. But Milton Bradley is not playing in right field.
I think they're just being careful with him with the knee, but he said he is healthy. So this is a long spring, and they're going to be doing things that they don't usually do.
A pitch to Braun in there for a strike. Braun had a pop fly double to left his first time, a ball lost in the sun by Hoffpower. Well, we have a brand new sponsor, Geico Insurance. After the 15th out of the game, Geico brings you a sponsorship notice. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on auto insurance. Geico. And the next out of the game will be the 15th out of today's game. Thanks to Geico for being along.
And that's going to be up to Pulte to keep count. So we say, this is the 15th. What is it, out?
A lot of pressure on Matt Bolts. Again, he had a couple of buddies stop by. One was a gentleman by the name of Harry Armstrong. And Harry said to say hi to his good friend Matt Bolts back home. Curve, drilled to deep left. In the corner, trouble. Down the line, hooking near the foul pole. That ball is foul. It did not have home run distance.
No, and Braun knew it was foul because he was not running hard. He knew it was going foul.
2 outs and a man at second. On deck is Mike Cameron. And the other buddy of Matt Bolts who wanted to be remembered back home is David Fataski. So Matt,
they're out here?
They are right here at the ballpark. Harry and David basking in the sun along with everyone else.
Probably both got six-pack.
I didn't see their abs, Ron. Fastball, strike three call. Braun is out number 3. The Brewers get a walk and a double, but do not score. And at the end of 2.5, the score remains. The Cubs won and Milwaukee won. Aramis Ramirez will lead off the Cubs' third inning. Game tied 1-1. Seth McClung, huge right-hander, facing Ramirez, who struck out in the first inning. Ramirez waits. Here's the pitch. Fastball high, ball one. Ramirez with that distinctive stance, open stance. His left foot, he's right on the toe. He's got the heel in the air slightly. The pitch, fastball high. And the count is 2-0.
He's very quick with his hands. I mean, and you know, you hear me say it all the time because that's
swing and a miss.
That's what hitting's all about, really. And he's very quick with his hips. Oh, those hands come around very quickly.
These two teams played 16 games against each other a year ago. The Cubs won 9 of them. Ramirez looks at a high fastball, 3-1.
Is he gonna be a starter or in the bullpen?
McClung is trying to win one of the 5 starting spots, but I would think here's the pitch on the way. Low ball 4, he walked him. But I was thinking of the Brewer rotation, and again, Ronnie, everything is a little bit up in the air in that rotation with the departures of both C.C. Sabathia and Ben Sheets. But you've got to look at Giovanni Gallardo.
Mm-hmm.
They just signed Braden Looper, the former Cardinal.
Yes.
He'll be part of their rotation,
right.
as will Jeff Suppan.
Suppan, yeah.
They've got a left-hander by the name of Manny Parra.
Parra, I like him. He's a good-looking left-hander.
And they've got the right-arm sinker-slider Dave Bush. So those probably are the 5, but, again, that's what spring training is for.
Yeah.
Here's a smash foul off the bat of Hoffpower, right side.
McClung, we saw him, and, I mean, he's 96, 97.
Big boy.
And big boy, hard, throws hard. I would assume if Trevor Hoffman doesn't work out, I mean, you know, he's up there in age and been around a long time. This guy could be probably a closer.
McClung made 12 starts a year ago, made 25 other bullpen appearances. Overall, he was 6-6 with a 4.02 ERA. Game tied at 1. Ramirez at first, nobody out. Cubs third inning. Hoffpower takes a high curve that missed. Talked about the size of McClung. Officially, he is listed at 6'6", 262 pounds.
He's big, and he's not fat.
Born in West Virginia, makes his home in Clearwater, Florida. The pitch, swing and a miss. High fastball, 1-2.
You got to lay off that pitch.
This guy had some Tommy John surgery back in 2004. Seth McClung. He's been with Tampa Bay and now Milwaukee. Came to Milwaukee in a trade back in 2007. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul back, out of play. We talked yesterday about the new look on the pitching staff. You mentioned Trevor Hoffman, the all-time saves leader, becomes their new closer. But there are some other spots open in that bullpen. Brian Schaus, their primary lefty, he left and signed with Tampa Bay. Guillermo Mota signed with the Dodgers. They did sign Eric Gagne to a minor league deal. Now, that surprised a lot of people because Gagne really struggled in his 1 year with the Brewers last season. He had 10 saves, but he squandered 7 other save chances. And his ERA for the season up around 6.
Well, I tell you, one time he was unhittable.
Yes, he was.
Jeez.
Throw to first, not in time. I believe Aramis Ramirez has left the game, although we might just have a pinch runner for him, and then he might come back in defensively.
This is something new that probably Sutcliffe came up with.
Chopper foul right side. That's Bobby Scales pinch running for Ramirez at first.
So he'll play third.
The thing to remember in the spring, if you're broadcasting, just stay loose. Anything can happen. I was laughing with Bob Euchre, who, by the way, is working right next door with our good friend Corey Provis on Brewer Radio today. Bob and I were chatting about years gone by and some of the funny things that happened. Here's a check swing foul back. We were doing a spring training game many years ago, and I remember at the end of the game, Ron, they give you the winning pitcher and the losing pitcher over the PA system. And when I announced the winning pitcher, it was the first time that guy's name had been heard on the broadcast all day long.
Yeah.
He had been in the game. He had pitched well enough to be the winning pitcher, and we were not really aware of it. These things happen. Seth McClung, the right-hander, ready. The lead by Scales. The pitch drilled to deep right in the corner, hooking, and that ball is going foul.
Wow.
Plenty of distance.
Yeah.
That ball was inside. He really tucked the wrist. He brought the wrists in and still turned on it. Hawk power.
You know what I remember, Pat, is when, we started, I can't remember, you probably remember the year, but, if you had to go to John, and I would do a little play-by-play, which is...
Tommy John is...
Tommy John. And I remember a game, there was so many changes, and I was doing a half an inning.
High curve is ball 4. McClung walks, off power, back-to-back walks. Go ahead, Ron.
And I can't even remember who I had coming up, but anyway, he had come up, and he flew out to center field, and then I named the next guy, and then all of a sudden, I see him back at the plate. I see the same number. I said, well, how did he get back?
So he was batting for the second straight at-bat? The nerve of that guy.
Oh, you talk about nerve-wracking.
Well, yesterday, this reporter had Michael Hoffpower out in left field for a while.
Yeah, wow. This is spring training. This is during the season.
Oh, this was a regular season game. Well, that is different.
Yeah.
Here's Jake Fox.
It's embarrassing.
One thing you have to remember, these are live broadcasts. There's no tape delay. There's no post-production of these broadcasts. They come to you right as they are. It's kind of scary. Here's the pitch on the way to Fox, and it's down low for a ball.
Well, Corey was telling me, yesterday they played 10 innings, and Uke and Corey, and Corey was saying we weren't quite using the Billy Joes that you and Pat used, but he said we had some names up there.
You make them up.
You gotta.
Here's the pitch on the way. Fox takes in there for a strike. No, again, everyone's got their jobs to do, and the media relations folks, you've got 60 players in camp.
Gosh.
So potentially in one game you got
21 minor leaguers we have in our camp.
Plus the other team, so you got another 50 or 60. You might have 120 guys that you have to be ready for. It's like a football game. There is a strike, and the count is 1-2.
32 pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Rothschild, my idol, and he came in and he says, whew, 39 games. He says 32 pitchers.
Who is your idol? Here's a fly ball to deep left off the bat of Fox. Back goes Braun. That ball is gone. 3-run homer, Jake Fox. Cubs lead 4-1.
All right.
With a line drive home run to left, and the Cubs lead 4-1.
Do you remember when we saw Fox the first time he hit 2 home runs back to back?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Oh, he got all of that one. He's a good guy, too. And, he started out as a catcher, and now he's played first in outfield in the minor leagues.
That pitch was up around the shoulders.
Ooh.
And he went up on top and drilled that fastball out of here. Smacked on the ground up the middle. Reaching, stop by Hardy. Great
wow,
play.
what a play.
And he throws out Paul Bacco. Hardy showed excellent range, reaching down on the dead run to pick that grounder in back of second. Spun around and fired to first.
Spun around on the second base side. It was an unbelievable play. Just to get there was big, as you said, the range. But the throw, to have the presence of mind where the bag was after spinning around.
One away in the inning. Here is Darwin Barney. Cubs lead 4-1. And the pitch in there for a strike. McClung walking to and giving up a 3-run homer. That's kind of like a pitcher's nightmare right there. Here's the pitch. Loop foul off to the right and out of play. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast today. Our next broadcast will be next Wednesday. The Cubs will play the Indians. Kerry Wood and Mark DeRosa might appear in that ball game for the Tribe against the Cubs. Here's the pitch low and outside. Speaking of Kerry Wood, I saw in the paper that Wood has not yet been able to pitch on a mound. He's got a sore back.
Man.
Manager Eric Wedge says that the Indians are going to give Woody a few more days of rest before he starts to pitch. Again, it's very, very early.
Yeah.
But I think it always raises eyebrows when a guy who has been injured as frequently as Wood has is injured for any reason, Ron.
That's right.
12 times on the disabled list in 11 years with the Cubs, so there's always that.
Well, and then they had the finger last year, the blister.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Gee, that never healed. I think 16 games, something like that.
Barney takes outside for a ball. 3-2. Barney had a single, scored a run his first time. McClung rocks and fires. Curve bouncing ball to first base, foul past Nelson. Speaking of pitchers being injured, it's always unfortunate when you read about a guy in spring training that has surgery that will knock him out all year.
Yeah.
And there were two such guys in today's paper. Minnesota Twins right-hander Boof Bonser is expected to miss the season after surgery on his right shoulder. He's got tears in his labrum and rotator cuff. So he's done for the year. Barney hits a fly ball to right toward the line. Long run Duffy. Duffy near the line. The left-handed right fielder makes the catch for out number 2. 2 outs in the inning. And Ken Maka, the Brewers manager, with silver hair underneath that navy blue hat, walking out to the mound. And I think Maka is going to make a pitching change. He points to the bullpen. Is he going to make a change? I believe he will. Oil Express brings you all of the pitching changes this season. For a quick oil change, go to Oil Express. We are in the 3rd inning here in the Cactus League. The Cubs lead Milwaukee 4-1. We'll be back in a moment on the WGN Cubs Radio Network. Chad Godin batting for himself, and the new Brewer right-handed pitcher is a right-hander, and we'll identify him momentarily. The next offering missing. Cubs lead 4-1, bottom of the third. A little bit of a haze to the air today. Here's a fly ball right center, pretty well hit on the run. Cameron can't get there. Base hit all the way toward the warning track. And Chad Godin is going to have a double. Who needs a DH? He'll be bragging about that for weeks. Godin with a 2-out double, and here is Joey Gathright, who singled sharply to drive in the Cubs' first run today. Let's see, this is going to be Mike Burns. Mike Burns is pitching for Milwaukee. Godin at second, 2 down, 3 in on the home run by Jake Fox. Fouled away off to the left. With Fox in the game, I was reminded of the Dodgers yesterday signing free agent Randy Wolf. You always like to see that matchup of Wolf against Fox, Ron. I do.
There's no contest.
Here's the right-hander's pitch to Gathright. Fastball in there for a call strike.
Well, I would say that Fox could probably run quicker than the
He would have to, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have to.
Cubs with 2 walks, a 3-run homer by Fox, and now a Godin double here in the third inning. Burns coming back to Gathright. Joey hits a little tapper slowly, left side, tough play. Charging, gloving, McGee, no play, infield single. Runners at first and third. Now, for a guy with good speed, that's the way you want to hit the ball.
Yes, exactly. And he can fly. There's no doubt.
If you just hit those little tappers to the opposite side and you're a left-handed batter, those are tough plays.
Very tough. Did he come up with that, didn't he? But he didn't throw it?
McGee had no chance.
No chance.
Did not throw the ball. 2 down, and here's Aaron Miles. Miles, switch hitter, batting left-handed, hit .317 for St. Louis a year ago. And the pitch, runner goes. Gathright throw to second base. The throw in time. Rivera, the catcher, with a perfect throw to Hardy, and Gathright cut down on the play that goes 2-6. Cubs settle for 3 on the homer by Fox. We've played 3. The score, Cubs 4, Brewers 1. Don't miss out on the fun at Wrigley Field this spring and summer. For Cub tickets, give them a call at 1-800-THE-CUBS. If you are phoning from out of state, call 866-652-2827. Again, if you're out of state, the number is 866-652-2827. Or you can always go on the old website at www.cubs.com for information about Cubs tickets. Fourth inning, Mike Cameron first up against Chad Godin. Cubs enjoying their first lead of the day, 4-1. Cubs out hitting the Brewers 6-5 as Cameron stands in. Godin into his motion, the leg kick in the first pitch. Cameron takes a sinking fastball low and inside, ball one. Cubs lead by 3. Later on today, they'll look for some insurance runs. Brought to you by State Farm. Deep drive to left, long home run. No doubt about that one. Cameron cracking a tape measure homer to left. Wow. Mike Cameron has always had some pop, and he turned on a fastball and got all of it. And the Brewers get to within 2. It is 4-2. And the batter, Mike Rivera. That ball landed near the back screen, fair by maybe 30 feet, and gone by about 80. I'd put that one at about 420 feet. So Cameron homers. Godin's pitch on the way to Rivera, low and away, ball one. Cubs 4, Brewers 2 here in the top of the fourth. Godin into his motion for the 1-0. And a curve is in there for a strike. Well, we were talking about the injuries in the spring, something you never want to see. And Minnesota got the bad news that Booth Bonser is gone for the year. Swing and a miss. Good sharp curve by Godin. Colorado's pitching staff took a hit also. Colorado's Jeff Francis had arthroscopic surgery on his left shoulder yesterday at a Denver area clinic, and he's expected to miss the season. There's a curve popped up off the hand, shallow right. Out goes Fox. In comes Robnet, and Fox makes the catch. Nice play by the first baseman. Tough chance down the line and right. One away. Rivera fouls out, and here's Brad Nelson. But Jeff Francis, just a couple of years ago, Ron, he was like the ace of their staff. Ron gets kind of emotional discussing Jeff Francis. And sometimes he gets a little choked up. Now I think he's ready to talk. Ron?
Yeah. Well, yes, and I'm just surprised because a guy like him is just surprised because he was more of a finesse type guy. Had good stuff. Knew where the ball was going all times.
Swing and a miss by the left-handed batting Nelson. 4-2 Cubs. Top of inning number 4, one away. Actually, the engineer had left the booth momentarily and did not have Ron's microphone on.
But I had asked him to leave.
You asked the engineer to leave?
Oh, no, I asked him if he could find me some water. Oh.
It's a lonely feeling when you speak and you do not hear yourself in your headset.
Yes.
And it's also lonely for the guy asking the question.
And for the water being here so quickly.
Did you slap a 20 on young Joe?
I slap a lot more than a 20. Now, you're the only guy that slaps 20s.
Lots of them.
No, you slap a lot, but you don't show any.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Brad Nelson. Cubs lead by 2 here in the fourth. Here's the windup by Chad Godin. And And the next pitch on the way. Fastball is up and away. But thinking about these injuries to Jeff Francis of Colorado, and we mentioned Kerry Wood is out with perhaps a minor back ailment, has not been able to pitch yet, and Boof Bonser out for the season. With a longer spring, here's a liner off the body of Fox. It goes to Miles. Flip throw to first late off the glove of Godin. Safe at first is Nelson. A one-hopper off the body of the first baseman, Fox. It caromed over to Miles. The second baseman came in, bare-handed the ball with kind of a scoop toss. I don't think a good throw would have had him anyway.
No, a good throw wouldn't have had him, but I'll tell you one thing, Fox, that ball was ripped hard, and it was one of those little long hops that just came right off his chest. He stayed right in front of it, and as you said, Miles got over there, but Godin was there also, but a little bit late.
It is a base hit for Nelson. Cubs lead 4-2, one away, top of the fourth, a man at first, and here's Casey McGee. Now the pitch on the way. Curve is in for a strike. But when you think about it, Ron, with more games this spring than ever before, 39 Cactus League games, almost 1/4 of a Major League regular season schedule. It's a lot of ball. But the more games, I think logic would tell you that more games equals more injuries. And you hate to think about it, but that's reality. And that's a big concern with every single team this spring.
And it's obvious how they're playing. Usually, on normal spring training, you'll have the regulars out there for 3 or 4 innings at the most.
Line drive, base hit to left. Toward the line, Hoffbauer picks it up. Holding at second is Nelson on a ringing single by Casey McGee. Third hit in the inning against Godin. And a pinch hitter will come up and swing for Milwaukee. I was reading about the Tampa Bay manager, Joe Madden. Joe has told his Tampa Bay starters that you're not even going to work the first week. I'm just going to rest all you guys because of the length of the exhibition season, plus the fact, Ron, that as everyone knows, his team made it all the way to the World Series, which extended their regular season a year ago. So he doesn't want to overdo it. He's going to rest his starters for at least the first week this spring. Ground ball to short. Glove by Barney. Go to Miles. There's one. Over to first. Double play.
Nice play. Nice play.
6-4-3 inning over. A long home run by Cameron is the only Brewer tally in the inning despite 3 hits. We go to the bottom of the fourth. The score, Cubs 4, Milwaukee 2. Carlos Villanueva is the new Milwaukee pitcher, bottom of inning number 4. Aaron Miles made a nice turn on that 6-4-3 double play.
I was just going to say that, Pat. He timed that perfect, and he got to the bag and jumped, hit the bag, came towards the mound, the direction right there, and just made a good toss. Got rid of it in a hurry. Very nice.
Miles has lined out to short and lined out to left. Villanueva, young right-hander, fires. Miles swings at a vanishing breaking ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. 4-2, the Cubs lead. Villanueva, a big kid, 6'2", 228, from the Dominican Republic. He's been a part-time starter. Fastball in there for a strike, 2-2. Started 9 games a year ago. Started half a dozen games in each of the previous 2 Brewer seasons. Villanueva ready, and the 2-2 to Miles. Curve wrapped foul off to the left, out of play. Villanueva overall a year ago 4-7 with a 4.07 ERA. One of those guys that always works out of the stretch. And he comes back to Miles. Aaron swings and misses. Strike 3.
That looked like a good sinking fastball. Tried to hold up.
Richie Robnett batting for the first time.
So Robnett has been out there in right field.
He has been in right. This is his first plate appearance of the day. Cubs lead 4-2 here in the 4th. Robnett, left-handed batter, waiting for Villanueva. The first pitch. Fastball off the inside edge. Ball 1. Little breeze picks up, blows out toward right and right center. Now the 0-1. Fly ball left field, slicing toward the corner. Braun, a long run in the corner. That ball is fair, bouncing up, ground rule double. Robnett slicing a deep drive the opposite way. It landed on that hard pan warning track, landed in fair territory, and bounced over the wall in foul ground. Ground rule double for Robnett, and the batter is Bobby Scales. So Richie Robnett of the Cubs at second base. Again, Robnett came to the ball club in the Michael Wirtz trade with Oakland earlier this month.
Was it a one for one?
A couple of guys involved there.
Yeah,
Ron.
I thought. I was thinking that.
Scales batting for the first time. Robnett came along with infielder Justin Sellers in exchange for Michael Wirtz on February the 2nd. Changes outside for a ball. Robnett away from second with 1 down. Beautiful day here in Arizona, right around 70 degrees. The pitch missing downstairs for a ball.
Yeah.
It is 3-1.
Yesterday, a lot warmer. It was in the 80s. About 80, 81.
Very, very comfortable here at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Cubs trying to make it 2 in a row in the Cactus League. Scales looks at ball 3, low and in. Actually, that's ball 4. Scales draws the 1-out walk. 2 on with 1 down from Michael Hoffpower. Hoffpower has singled and drawn a walk and scored a run. Tomorrow, Ted Lilly will make his first Cactus League appearance. Right after his start tomorrow, he is scheduled to fly to Florida to hook up with Team USA. Ted Lilly will be one of the starters in that World Baseball Classic for the American contingent.
And when does the game start?
I think March 5th. So like next, is that a week from today?
Yeah.
March 5th, Thursday. The championship running on the 23rd of March, I believe, is what I remember reading. The pitch. Swing and a miss on a change. 1-2 on Micah Hoffbauer. Fans on the grassy hillsides out beyond the left and left center field wall and the right center field barrier. Both bullpens are located out beyond the right field screen. Now the big right-hander fires. Hoffbauer strikes out swinging. Chased a low bender, 2 down. And here's Jake Fox. The center field wall is a tall green barrier, so that provides a good background for the hitters to see the pitch coming in. The field is in great shape. Bright green grass here at Hohokam Park. They do a nice job here.
They do a very nice job, and what do they call that? New growth or something? It's fake grass, is it? Do you think?
I think this is real grass myself.
I do too, but Paul Berghoff thinks it's fake grass.
Was Paul out late last night?
No, he wasn't that late, but he
might have altered his perceptions a little bit. Here's a curve outside.
I told him I'd take a chunk and give it to him. He wanted to bet $10 it was this new growth, whatever it's called.
Is he going to invest? Is that the idea?
Well, he's a lot like you. He likes to slap kids.
I knew there was something about him I liked. Now the set for the 1-1 to Fox. Low and away. Fox cracked a 3-run homer his last time up. I was talking about the season series between these two clubs a year ago. They played some beauties. Cubs won 9 and lost 7. But a lot of games are always, it seems like when these two teams play, the 9th inning gets crazy. Here's the pitch. Fox hits a fly ball right side foul, maybe playable for Nelson. Over near the dugout, no play. In one of the most amazing 9th inning rallies in recent memory, last September, remember in the final couple of weeks the Cubs were trying to nail down that division title? In the final game of a series, a Thursday afternoon at Wrigley, they were down 4 runs with 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the 9th, Solomon Torres pitching for Milwaukee. The Cubs rallied to win the game. Giovanni Soto hit that dramatic game-tying 3-run homer. And then Derek Lee had a game-winning single, as I recall, in the 10th inning. But you talk about a miraculous win.
Yes.
The game was over. It was 6-2.
I know.
Bottom of the 9th. 2 outs, nobody on base. And I forget who got the base hits for the Cubs, but I know Mark DeRosa got one. And then a run scored, and then with 2 guys on, Soto hit the first pitch for a game-tying homer.
I remember both of us talking about Torres. You're never out of it. You never know what he's going to do. He's got a great arm, but he's wild, and he's been beat up a few times in that 9th inning, and we got to him.
Then a couple of days later, the Cubs clinched the division title against St. Louis on that Saturday afternoon at Wrigley.
Yeah, that was fabulous.
Now the 2-2. Fox takes low and outside. That's ball 4. The bags are loaded with 2 down. And Paul Bacco coming up. Cubs lead 4-2. On the last day of the season, Milwaukee beat the Cubs to clinch their first playoff spot since 1982. Ryan Braun had a big homer in the 8th inning off Bob Howry. Howry, by the way, signed with the Giants this offseason. We'll see him here in the Cactus League in a few weeks. Here is Baco. But if you're ever watching or listening to a game between the Cubs and Milwaukee, and it gets close to the ninth inning, don't go away. Baco takes a pitch in the dirt. Nice block by Rivera. Ball 1. The famous Brant Brown play back in 1998.
Oh,
there was a ninth inning debacle.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
There have been others. I remember Ronnie Belliard was playing for Milwaukee back around 2000.
Yes.
He misplayed a ball in the ninth inning of a game at Old County Stadium. Here's the pitch. Baco takes a strike. It allowed the Cubs to tie the game. We had just gotten in from Pittsburgh the night before after mechanical failures on the plane forced us to stay until 6 a.m. We got into Milwaukee about 8 in the morning. That night, the ball game between the Cubs and Milwaukee went, I think, 17 innings. Never really liked Ronnie Belliard ever since then. Here's a pitch down low. I'm only kidding. He's a good player, but I'll never forget that. That game went on and on and on. What was that old song by the group called the Zombies? We all felt like zombies at that point. I know that. Here's a ground ball to first, glove by Nelson. Underhand flip to Villanueva on the bag to end the inning. Cubs load the bags but cannot score. We go to the fifth inning. It remains Cubs 4, Brewers 2. Pat and Ron at Holcomb Park in Mesa. Thanks for being with us today. Cubs lead 4-2. Time for the fifth inning, and Carlos Marmol is on to pitch for the Chicago Cubs.
You know, Pat, we were talking about Milton Bradley, had one at bat. He walked, and he was pinch run for, and they said here that Milton built some tightness in his left quad, so they were very precautionary, and they're being extra careful. So it's nothing to do with the knees, so they're just being careful.
Very good run as Carlos Marmol fires inside, and Ricky Weeks gets hit by the pitch. It drilled him in the left leg near the thigh.
That had to hurt. That was about a 95er.
So Marmol drills Weeks on the very first offering. A man at first, and here's Duffy. Here's an unusual thing also, Ron, for a spring game. Now, Carlos Marmol is more than likely going to be the Cubs' closer this season. I would say it's either he or Kevin Gregg.
Kevin Gregg, right.
And they're both going to get legitimate chances here in the spring. But in the early Cactus League games, managers use their closers earlier in games because if you wait until the ninth inning, you're going to be facing just a bunch of kids, a bunch of minor leaguers, and they want their closer to face some big league hitters, and that, I think, is the main reason why they use them earlier in games. At least that's my theory.
Well, it's a good theory, and we see this a lot in spring training.
Here's a fly ball to left off the bat of Duffy toward the line. Long run for Hoffpauir near the line. Base hit, falls in. Stopping at second is Weeks. I don't know if Hoffpauir saw that ball. It was a high fly ball right down the left field line. It landed fair by about 2 feet. And the wind is picking up. Micah may have thought that ball was going to be foul.
Yeah. I noticed the wind picking up and blowing left to right. So that ball came back.
2 on, and here's J.J. Hardy. Cubs 4, Milwaukee 2, top of the 5th. Hardy has doubled twice, and he takes a strike. So Marmol has hit a batter and given up a bloop single.
Well, when he gets, he's real good when he gets on base. It's amazing.
Here's the pitch. Fly ball foul off to the right and out of play.
He's got that nasty slider, curveball. I don't know what you call it, but it's nasty.
Breaks sharply and late.
Ooh. And he comes from the side. I mean.
Now the 0-2 on the way. There's a breaking ball hit in the air to right. Right center. Gathright is back. Gathright will make a nice running catch. Tagging from second going to third is Weeks. Holding at first Duffy, and that's out number 1.
Yeah, that ball right there was a hanger.
And the batter is Ryan Braun. Well, if Lou Piniella wanted Marmol to face some good hitters, he's getting his wish here in this inning. Facing guys like, Hardy and Braun and Cameron on deck. Those are established big league hitters. Braun has doubled and struck out. Infield back, Cubs lead 4-2. The pitch, fastball strike. Marmol, one of the more valuable Cubs in each of the last 2 seasons. In fact, nobody has been more valuable than this guy.
There is no doubt about that.
Here's a foul back and out of play.
Now, Braun, it was a high fastball, and Braun was on it. He knew he had a good swing at that pitch. Now he's down 0-2.
Marmol had an ERA of 2.68 a year ago. The right-hander fires. Breaking ball hit in the air to center. Gathright looking up into the sun, fighting the sun. He locates the ball, makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Weeks. Racing back to first is Duffy. Sac fly for Braun. 2 outs. Cubs lead is now 4-3, and the batter Mike Cameron. Braun, who drove in 106 regular season runs a year ago, gets the sac fly. And here is Cameron, who cracked a booming home run his last time up. It is the 5th inning here at Hohokam Park, the 5th Third Bank 5th inning. A run in, 2 down, a man at first. Marmol's pitch. Cameron takes upstairs. I mentioned the umpires at the start of the game. Mike McClinsky calling balls and strikes today, and the other 3 arbiters, Dale Scott, Ron Culpa, and Rob Drake. Fastball fouled away, out of play. 1-1.
You know, you look at a guy like Marmol, too, Pat. Spring training, he's just getting in shape. There's not the intensity that you have, you know, during the game. And
Popped up foul and out of play.
And a hitter has a little better chance in spring training. Normally, you know, a lot of pitchers don't throw that many breaking balls.
As you say that, Ron, I was wondering if Carlos would throw any here today.
Yeah.
Here's the 0-2. Popped up. This ball is playable on the infield. Near the mound is the third baseman, and making the catch is Bobby Scales. That was not the easiest play.
No, it was not.
Cameron pops out. The Brewers get a run on one hit. They leave one in the middle of the fifth. The score, Cubs 4, Brewers 3. The Brewers have made a lot of changes, and to bring you right up to date, here's Ron.
Thanks, Pat. And I have no idea, so I leave it up to you, Pat.
Okay, I wanted to give you a full opportunity.
Yeah, well, it was nice of you.
Don't want you to feel left out over there.
No, I would have liked to have been left out of that.
Joe Bateman is the new pitcher for Milwaukee. Tall, long-legged right-hander, and he'll face the Cubs here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Darwin Barney, a pinch hitter, and Joey Gathright. Cubs lead 4-3. We always get notes sent up to our box to read to people listening in back home. This one is from Omaha, Nebraska, from Bill Fagiano of Chicago. He would like to say hi to Deanna Carey, or Carey, K-A-H-R-E, a diehard Cub fan listening in Omaha, Nebraska today. Bateman's pitch on the way to Barney is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Boy, Bateman comes from that third base side. Right-handers got to hang in there.
Bateman coming back. Fouled away down the right field side by Barney.
When you look at our division, Patrick, and
yes, sir.
When I mean, to me, and you know, you never know about this game, you injuries and everything, but I thought that
Popped up foul out of play, Ron.
I thought that we made the most moves and the right moves, to be honest with you. And really, the rest of the division had not done much. But, you never know. Like this ball club right here, Milwaukee, definitely got a good hitting ball club. But when you lose two pitchers like Sabathia.
Line toward right. Right there is Duffy to make the catch for out number 1. Thanks to Danny Holmes bringing us up to date with lots of changes. But go ahead.
But
Ron.
anyway, when you lose two great pitchers and you pick up a couple, Looper's going to help them. But I really think they got bullpen problems. I think pitching is the real key here for Milwaukee. Now, what do you feel the comparison between St. Louis and Milwaukee?
That's an interesting question because they're very, very similar.
Yeah.
They are both going to score a lot of runs. If they stay healthy, you never know how things will work out. But, boy, you look at the talent on both clubs. The Cardinals and the Brewers should be able to score a lot of runs this season. If the track records are any indication, and they almost always are. One away, here's the pitch to Wellington Castillo, and he takes inside for a ball. Cubs lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. But I think for those two teams and the Cubs and every team, starting pitching is always a huge key for any big league team.
And mainly when you have good starting pitching, like we do, it gives the hitters a big advantage. Even though you might be facing a good pitcher, you feel very strongly about your guy holding them down. You're a little more relaxed, a little more loose, and you come to the ballpark feeling like, hey, so-and-so's pitch today, we've got a great chance to win. And that's the attitude you got to have. I mean, everybody's going to be competitive, and everybody's going to be after us. That's for sure.
Castillo takes high. That's ball 4. It's a one-out walk. And here's Joey Gathright. Cubs have won 2 straight division titles. And you're right, Ron. There's no way the Cubs are going to sneak up on anybody.
No.
Everyone is trying to knock the Cubs off. Cubs winning the division by 7 games over Milwaukee a year ago. But you can never count out those Cardinals. And remember,
That's
the Cardinals were way up near the top in run scoring. I think they were number 2, as a matter of fact, in back of the Cubs. And they've added Khalil Green, a power-hitting shortstop, to their lineup.
Well, Khalil Green last year, Pat, was hurt a lot. He didn't do too much. I mean, didn't have a...
Gathright lines a base hit toward left center. Duffy over to pick it up. Stopping at second is Castillo. Gathright cracking his 3rd base hit of the day. He looks good.
Yeah, he does. And that's good. You know, Gathright was with Lou in Toronto, so he liked him.
The new second baseman for Milwaukee is a young man by the name of Hernan Irbarren. Irbarren. 2 on, 1 away. Aaron Miles steps in. The pitch by Bateman. Curve inside, ball 1. Cubs 4, Milwaukee 3 in the 5th.
And you feel the Western Division, you feel the Dodgers probably are the strongest?
I would say it's not a real strong division overall, but you got to like that Arizona pitching staff.
That's what I mean, yeah. I feel with that staff, they've got a very good staff. They might be, bullpen might be a problem, but they've got a great starting staff. They got a lot of young hitters, but you just don't know. But Dodgers, they've got good pitching, and if they get Manny Ramirez, they'll be strong.
Here's the pitch on the way, and it's taken high by Miles.
And they've always been strong in pitching, always.
Getting back to the discussion between St. Louis and Milwaukee and their similarities, when the Brewers signed Braden Looper, that strengthened their starting staff and weakened the Cardinals' starters.
Yeah.
So the Cardinals, they're hoping for Chris Carpenter to bounce back. He's had some major arm problems and surgery in the last year or two.
And with the wasn't the Tommy John surgery that took a long time for him to come back, and then he just had shoulder surgery, right?
Here's the 2-2 on the way.
Or was it
Miles chops it foul right side?
Tommy John? Or
I know he had the Tommy John, I want to say a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And he's just been, for the main part, unavailable for a variety of injuries the last couple of years, really. But they're hoping he can bounce back. They've got Adam Wainwright.
Right.
They've got Kyle Loesch, who really pitched well a year ago. Now the 2-2 from Bateman on the way. Poked foul by Miles out of play. Jason Isringhausen has left the Cardinals.
Has he been picked up?
Well, it says he is an unsigned free agent, and to my knowledge, he has not been signed yet. He may have been signed quietly to a deal, but not to my knowledge. Now Bateman is ready, and the pitch on the way. Line toward left center, base hit in the alley. This will drive in a run. Rounding third and scoring is Castillo. Racing to third is Gathright on a base hit by Miles.
Boy, I tell you, that was a Miles right there stayed back so well on that pitch. I mean, it was a breaking ball, and he was not fooled. Stayed back and took it the other way. It was on the outside part of the plate, right over the shortstop's head. This is good. I mean, boy.
Cubs now lead 5-3. Aaron Miles cashing in his first hit of the day, but he's had good at-bats.
Yes.
And the batter is Richie Robnett. And Bill Castro out to the mound to see about Justin Bateman. St. Louis also hoping for Mark Mulder to come back. That remains to be seen. He's an unsigned free agent. But if there's one thing as a Cubs announcer, Ron, and you've been as a player and an announcer for almost 40 years, never count out the Cardinals.
That's right.
Right? You just can't. They've got too much history, and seems like no matter what, they always are a little more competitive than you think they're going to be.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't it?
Right. Very true.
Here's a high fly ball, shallow left. Playable for Braun. Tagging is Gathright. Braun makes the catch. Here comes Gathright. Here comes the throw, and he scores. That was an impressive burst of speed.
Yeah.
Going to second on the play, Miles. Good base running by Miles, too. But Gathright tagging up on a very shallow fly ball to left center. Most guys wouldn't have even thought of trying to score.
And he beat the throw.
Easily.
Easily, that's right.
Give Robnett an RBI. Cubs lead 6-3. That was very impressive. Gathright tagging and racing home like a flash of light. Here's Bobby Scales pulling a ground ball to the right side. Weeks will gobble it up and throw him out to end the inning. That was not Weeks, but his replacement, Barron. Cubs get 2 on 2 hits and a walk and a sac fly. We've played 5 in the Cactus League. The score, the Cubs 6, Milwaukee 3. Veteran left-hander, 41-year-old Mike Stanton is in the Cubs camp trying to win a job, and he's going to pitch right now in the 6th inning against Milwaukee. Signed a minor league contract as a non-roster invitee. He's been in the big leagues 19 seasons. Mike Stanton. Ronnie, the question, to be very blunt about it, is how much does he have left?
Well, that's it. He used to throw, Pat, very hard. I mean, and a tough left-hander. He was a power pitcher. He's no longer that. And it's just a matter of changing speeds now. He's going to have to be a different pitcher. And he was released by Cincinnati, was it? Or who let him go?
His last active season in the big leagues was 07. And that was with Cincinnati.
Yeah.
As we move to the 6th inning, Mike Rivera leading off and takes outside on the corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Rivera, the Brewers catcher, will be followed by Nelson and McGee. Cubs now lead 6-3. The pitch off the inside for a ball. You and I were talking during the commercial, and a thought came to me that I've always believed in, Ron, and I think we agree, and most baseball people would. You love to have the offense.
Yeah.
And that's exciting to see your team hit homers and score a bunch of runs, and everyone gets excited. And, you know, Wrigley Field, you see a 10-8 ball game, and you feel like you really got your money's worth. And I love those games, too. But the way you win division titles and ultimately world championships, you've got to win the 4-3, 3-2, 4-2, the low-scoring games where you simply out-pitch the other team.
That's exactly right. That's what we were talking about with, we feel both, the question I asked you about Milwaukee and St. Louis, we both know that their pitching staff is not as good as ours, number one, but they've got great hitting on both sides. I mean, both teams. But pitching wins games.
And divisions.
And we've got enough hitting, don't get me wrong, to score runs. But when you got the pitching to go along with it, it's easier.
Fly ball shallow right, foul territory, dropping untouched. Fox, the first baseman, with his back to the infield, chasing it and could not quite catch up to it. Still 2-2 on Mike Rivera. And another thing, Ron, every offense, no matter how good they are, and I don't care if you're the best offensive team in baseball, you're going to have those periods where for a week or 10 days, your team is just not scoring runs.
That's it.
And in those periods, instead of going 1-9, if you've got good pitching, you might scratch out 3 or 4 wins.
Yes, exactly.
And just keep your heads afloat. But if you don't have good pitching and your offense goes south, then you're looking at a long losing streak, and then you're in trouble. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Rivera. These two teams will see each other in the opening week of the regular season. Fly ball deep left. Back toward the wall, and that ball is long gone.
That was a fastball that was right down the middle, and he got all of it.
Mike Rivera lining a homer over the left field wall. And now it's a 6-4 Cubs lead. Mike Stanton gets touched for a long ball right away. And the batter is Brad Nelson. Cubs have made some changes. Sam Fuld, F-U-L-D, is the new center fielder, as the left-handed batting Brad Nelson stands in. Robnett continues in right, Fuld in center, and Hoffpower remains in left. So that's an all left-handed outfield for the Cubs right now. Andres Blanco is the new second baseman. Here's a foul off to the left and out of play. Darwin Barney continues at short. Fox is still at first. Wellington Castillo is doing the catching. And Mike Stanton on the mound. Now the pitch. Lefty to lefty, swing and a miss.
Good breaking ball that time, and this left-hander is You talk about somebody that buckled his knees there, swung at a bad pitch, low and away.
Ronnie, a couple of the other teams we have not talked about in the Central Division. I'd say kind of a mysterious team for me is the Houston Astros.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the pitch, low and outside for a ball. Certainly they have some of the best sluggers in the game. Lance Berkman and Carlos Lee, they can play with anybody.
Yes.
But I'm amazed that with that staff, outside of Roy Oswalt, with that staff, they were able to stay in at least the wild card race into September. Weren't you surprised?
Right. I was very surprised. And then they got hurt because Lee got hurt, meaning he left. He wasn't in there the last month of the season.
But they had a dominant closer in Jose Valverde.
Yeah, he is. Boy, that guy is something.
He's tough. Here's the pitch. Nelson takes low and in for a ball, and that's ball 4. It's a walk with nobody out. The batter is Casey McGee. Scratch McGee, a replacement coming in. This is Trot Nixon. Trot Nixon, former Red Sox.
Yeah.
And he'll bat for the first time. Cubs lead by 2 here in the top of the 6th inning. Fox is holding the runner Nelson at first. But the Astros did not really make any major acquisitions over the offseason. There was a rumor for a while that they might sign Adam Dunn before he eventually signed with the Washington Nationals. Dunn, a native of Texas, it was thought that that might be a good fit.
Mm-hmm.
But he decided at the last minute, after a very generous offer by the Nationals, 2 years for $20 million, I think.
Yeah, $10 million a year.
To take the money and run. Swing a foul off to the left, out of play. But the Astros will have a rotation of guys like Roy Oswalt, Wandy Rodriguez, little left-hander.
Yeah.
A lot of curveballs.
Oh yeah, a lot of breaking balls, and yeah, they're they've got a good closer. Their bullpen's not bad, but the starting staff, Oswalt is the key.
They got Brian Moeller, kind of a journeyman veteran right-hander.
Right.
He's bounced around. They got Brandon Backey in their rotation. Now Stanton comes back. Curve, check swing, foul at the plate.
Now, I think going to Cincinnati, I think Cincinnati's going to be better. I think they got some young pitching there that's what they've been trading for. I don't know how many pitchers they traded last year to get, and they're not a great hitting ball club, I don't think.
They're not the same that they've been.
No.
Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, he got him. Curve in the dirt, out number 1. Stanton strikes out Nixon. Cubs lead by 2 here in the top of the 6th. 1 away, a run in, a man at first. And Mike Lamb. Well, we've already had a discussion about Fox and Wolf, and here's Lamb making an appearance. Left-hander against left-hander. Well, the Reds had those 2 young right-handed starters, Edinson Volquez and Johnny Cueto. Liner to right, there's a base hit for Lamb. Stopping at second and holding on is Nelson. And Stanton has given up a homer, a walk, and a single with 1 away. Back to the top of the order. And this is Hernan Irbarren. A lot of young kids in the game by this hour. Well, I think one of the keys for the Reds, just thinking about their staff, Ron, would be Aaron Harang.
Well, that's what I'm. Aaron Harang had a horrendous year last year with a guy that, to me, was a pitcher that I'd want on the mound and play behind at any time. Good stuff, good control, good composure, and for some reason he just didn't have it last year. But I got a feeling that he's going to come back this year.
They also got Bronson Arroyo, the veteran.
He does well against us. Ooh.
They've got the closer, Francisco Cordero, former Brewer closer.
Yeah.
There's a high pop fly foul left side, and this ball is going to slice over near the dugout and out of play. Scales went right to the railing and reached over the railing, but could not reach that ball. So it's a foul drive, and the count now 0-1 on Barron. The Reds have the young left-handed batters, Joey Votto and Jay Bruce, the young outfielder.
Yeah.
Got a young kid named Dickerson that they hope can play left field. I think his name is Chris Dickerson. There is a strike. 0-2 now on Barron. Still got Brandon Phillips, one of the toughest outs in the league, at second base.
Mm-hmm.
It's always ironic, though, when a team is playing in a great hitter's park. Here's a swing and a miss. Nice curveball by Stanton. 2 down. It's always a little ironic, though, Ron, a team that plays in a great hitter's park and they don't have a lot of slugging.
Yeah, I know it.
It's almost like an incompatibility there.
Yeah. And that's, like I said, I think pitching-wise, they're stronger. They could be stronger than Milwaukee or St. Louis pitching-wise.
So maybe they'll be a surprise team.
That's what I'm saying. They might be a surprise team, is right.
Here is Duffy, left-handed batting outfielder Chris Duffy. He has tripled and singled and scored a run. Mike Stanton's curve misses, ball 1. Cubs 6, Brewers 4, top of inning number 6.
He's been facing, other than Rivera, all left-handed hitters.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the team we have not discussed in the division, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Patrick, what can you say?
Breaking ball missed, and the count now is 2 balls and no strikes. I was looking at something with Milwaukee here today. I think the Pirates beat the Brewers only one time all last year. One time. That's a division opponent.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can double check that. I think they were like 1-14 against Milwaukee. Here's the pitch, lined at first, caught by Fox, inning over. Woo. Well, Lamb ran right in front of him, but Fox still made the catch. The liner by Duffy ends the Brewers' 6th. 1 run on 2 hits. The homer by Rivera. After 5.5, the score: Cubs 6, Milwaukee 4. Bottom of inning number 6. Micah Hoffpower leads things off against the Milwaukee left-hander, a tall, lanky lefty by the name of Mitch Stetter. Stetter facing Hoffpower, Fox on deck, and then Bacco. Cubs lead 6-4. Brewers out hitting the Cubs 10-9. And Stetter, a sidewinder, delivers. Hoffpower hits a ground ball to second base. And Irberin will throw out Hoffpower for out number 1. 1 away, and here's Fox. Jake with the game's big blow, a 3-run homer back in the 3rd. The Cubs have led ever since.
And yesterday, Hoffpower's grand slam won that ball game.
Ronnie, we were talking about the Pirates before the break there.
Yeah.
I did some checking. The Pirates against the Cubs and Milwaukee were dreadful a year ago. The Cubs beat them pretty well. The Cubs were 14-4 against the Pirates, but Milwaukee was 14-1 against Pittsburgh. Now that's a division team. And when you combine those figures, the Pirates against Milwaukee and the Cubs were 5-28.
Gee.
So that right there, that puts them 23 below 500. You might as well forget it. Here's a line drive, base hit to right for Jake Fox.
You know, I feel, you know, they're a ball club that has had a lot of talent, and just it's like a minor league team in the major leagues helping out the major leagues. Every year they're trading their best players. And with this economy, Pat, and they don't draw that well. The gorgeous stadium. Yeah. It's a beautiful stadium.
It really is.
And you wonder what's going to happen. You know, but you can't do it. It's a small market team.
Here's a swing and a looper into shallow right, playable for Nixon. Trot Nixon will make the catch. And that's going to be out number 2. Players changing and coming in and leaving the game at a furious pace right now. That last Cub batter, I believe, was Andres Blanco. Blanco flies out to right. And here is Darwin Barney. Cubs lead by 2 down a man at first. 6th inning. Mitch Stetter fires. Down low. Stetter, a lefty, Ron, he's a sidearmer, and even against right-handed batters. Does that, as a right-handed batter, seem strange, looking at a lefty throwing sidearm to you?
You know, when you don't face a lot of left-handers, absolutely. You don't pick them up as well as a guy coming over the top. I mean, he's got a lot of movement on that fastball, and left-handers that come over the top, you see real well. But a guy like this who hides the ball pretty well, that ball's on you in a hurry.
There's a strike, and the count now is 2-1 on the right-handed batting Darwin Barney. Stetter to the belt will chase the runner back to first. That's Jake Fox. Cubs baseball today brought to you by Square D. Square D, part of the power at Wrigley Field. Now Stetter fires. Backdoor curve just missed. Each team with 10 hits today. Waiting for the official attendance figure.
I think you're right on. It's probably a 7,000. I would say.
Here's a curve fouled away.
The official attendance.
Might be getting that word right about now. Let's see if we can listen in.
41,000.
I think we were a little shy, Ron.
Yeah, I think
thought
we
I
are.
heard 41 in the background.
You did.
41,612, the highly unofficial initial figure.
What do you mean unofficial?
Here's a ground ball to third, fielded by McGee, and he throws out Barney to end the inning. Cubs don't score, leave one at the end of 6. Cubs 6, Brewers 4. Kevin Hart, the new Cub pitcher. Again, a lot of changes, pitching changes. And again, a thanks to Oil Express, sponsoring all pitching changes here in this 2009 season. Kevin Hart, a right-hander, will face Milwaukee here in the 7th inning. Well, undoubtedly, in the regular season at Wrigley Field, Ronnie, you will sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" on numerous occasions.
Well, I don't know about that, you know.
Oh, you're holding out for a bigger deal. Huh?
Much bigger. No. Speaking of Kevin Hart, he just got married this year. I mean, not this year, last year, in December. Yeah.
See if we can find some information about that.
But
says that Kevin was married back in 1989. Here is the first pitch, fouled away at the plate.
Here's a guy that really has good stuff. I like Kevin a lot. His command is the biggest problem, or he'd stay in the big leagues. There's no doubt about it. He's got the right attitude, number one. He's got good stuff, good fastball, good breaking ball, but he throws a lot of pitches. Hopefully he can correct that.
Alcides Escobar batting, hits a ground ball to first, backhanded by Fox, and he takes it to the bag for out number 1. That is now Michael Hoffpauir playing first base.
I was going to say, I think Fox is a right-hander. I wasn't too sure.
Fox, ambidextrous, can play with either hand. But that was Hoffpauir making that play. 1 down, and the batter, Ryan Braun. Cubs 6, Brewers 4, top of inning number 7.
Boy, Braun playing all day. I guess he'll have a day off tomorrow.
So far, he has doubled and struck out and delivered a sacrifice fly. The big right-hander Hart fires. Fastball inside. It's 1-0. Hart, 26 years old. Born in Cleveland, makes his home in Plano, Texas. Here's the stretch in the next offering. Curveball down low. Cubs' new left fielder is Snyder. Brad Snyder, the new left fielder for the Cubs. And that's the only change from the last half inning as far as we know. Nice warm Thursday afternoon here in Phoenix. We call it Phoenix. Technically, it's Mesa, which is just south and just east of downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, what's so nice about spring training here, Pat, you know, there was, when I played, of course that was forever ago, we only had about, I'd say 6 teams at that time, and, you know, and the only long trip was Tucson. That was it. And now you're getting a lot of teams coming from Florida, and mainly, you know, in Florida, you're traveling 2 hours on a lot of games.
Braun walks on an inside fastball with 1 away, 1 on, Ron, and here's Mike Cameron. I think that's one reason why some teams are moving from Florida to Arizona, to cut down on the travel time.
Exactly.
And use your time more wisely in the spring. Instead of having guys on a bus for 3 or 4 hours a day, they can be taking batting practice or working on pickoff moves or whatever.
I think Cincinnati next year is moving here.
Scott Thorman is the batter for the Brewers, left-handed batter, and he'll bat for the first time today. The big right-hander Kevin Hart fires. Fastball low and in, ball 1. Hart trying to win a spot in that Cubs bullpen this spring.
Absolutely, and you know, he's been up and he's done a good job, but as I said, Pat, that's what his main concern, like that base on balls. He gets the ball over the plate, he's got a chance for those guys to make a lot of outs.
Base hit to right, sharp ground ball through the hole, rounding second and holding is Braun. A base hit by Scott Thorman puts 2 on against Kevin Hart with only 1 away. So the tying runs are on, and here's Mike Rivera. Or a pinch hitter. It's the latter. Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy. Jonathan Lucroy batting for the Brewers. 11 hits for Milwaukee, 10 for the Cubs. Most of the fans now in the shade in the late afternoon sun. Here's the pitch. Taken down low, a curveball. Beautiful spring training facility, Hohokam Park in Mesa.
You know, this holds 12,005, the new Parkland Park in Glendale that the Dodgers are at, and the White Sox hold 13,000.
Wow.
But all these new facilities are fantastic.
The attendance figure that we just heard in the background, 6,711. 6,711 here today.
You had
Lucroy fouls it away, Ron.
7-9 yesterday.
79-16 yesterday. Cubs lead by a pair, top of the 7th. Kevin Hart has walked a man, given up a single.
Get a ground ball here.
Now the pitch. A swing and a fly ball to right. Deep but playable, I believe, for Robnett. The left-handed right fielder makes the catch. Tagging from second and going to third is Braun's replacement. That's not Ryan Braun. Ryan is bigger than that kid on third base. Out on the fly ball is Lucroy, 2 down, and here's Brad Nelson. Hart would like to put a 0 on the board in his first Cactus League outing.
Absolutely.
Some things in sports never change, and one of those is you want to get started on a good note, no matter what season it is or what game it is. When you start playing the ball games, the exhibition games, you want to get started the right way. Curve is inside, especially if you're trying to win a job. Tying run at first, 7th inning. Hart appeared in 21 big league games last season. The pitch, a big bouncer to short. Backing up to glove it is Barney. Quick throw in time at second on the force. Close
Very
play.
nice play. Yeah, he had it back up on that ball and wait for it, and then he got rid of it quickly. Nice play.
Inning over. Milwaukee does not score. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. The Cubs lead the Brewers by a score of 6-4, and now it's time for the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
To the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Casino Arizona, who invites you to play for a chance to live on Easy Street. Today, one lucky fan has been selected at random to experience life on Easy Street with a dining and entertainment package from Casino Arizona at the 101 in McKellips. Congratulations to Kate Fink, seated in section 206, row double K, seat 16. Now direct your attention to the top of the Cubs dugout and join Ben Russo and friends in singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Hello and welcome. Welcome all you fans, Brewers and Cubs, and maybe we got some snowbirds in here. Well, anyway, this is what a beautiful day for a ball game. It's so beautiful. We should notify our relatives and friends back home along the frozen shores of Lake Michigan. So here we go. Ready? Are you ready? All right. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Louder. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back. So it's root, root, root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. So it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Now let's get some runs, some more runs.
Dillard, the new pitcher for Milwaukee, as we go to the bottom of inning number 7. First pitch is fouled away by the Cub catcher Wellington Castillo. Cubs 6, Milwaukee 4, 6 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Cubs. 4-11-0 for the Brewers. Cubs open the regular season on Monday, April 6th, down in Houston. Here's a pitch down low from Dillard. 3 games against the Astros at Minute Maid Park, and then a series up in Wisconsin at Miller Park starting on Friday night, April the 10th. So 6 road division games right out of the chute for the Cubs. Here's a pitch down low for a ball. The Cubs are home for the very first time. The home opener at Wrigley Field Monday, April 13th at 1:20 in the afternoon against the Colorado Rockies. A day off on the 14th. The Colorado series continues the next day, Wednesday the 15th. Big high chop to a charging third baseman McGee, and his high throw not in time at first over the head of Nelson. Safe at first is Castillo. That was Mike Lamb playing third base. He had replaced McGee. Lamb made a nice pick, charging a short hop pickup but then his throw, off-balance throw, was way too high. It is a base hit for Castillo. He takes over at first.
They gave him a base hit, huh?
Actually, I just saw the error flash. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
E5.
right.
E5. And the batter is So Taguchi. The former Cardinal outfielder is in the Cubs camp. So Taguchi takes a strike. Each team with one error. Cubs lead by 2 runs here in the bottom of inning number 7. Dillard comes back.
Did he sign is he here as a major league?
Minor league free agent.
Minor league free.
Non-roster invitee.
Yeah, okay.
Taguchi had several good years with St. Louis. Now Taguchi waits the pitch. Curve hit in the air to center. Pretty well hit, but it is playable. Back near the track is Duffy hauling it in for out number 1. So Taguchi played with the Phillies a year ago. And he was eligible but did not play in the World Series. Taguchi has always been kind of a backup outfielder. Lifetime career average in the big leagues, 279.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He was with St. Louis from 2002 all the way through 2007. So Taguchi, he'll be 40 years old in July.
Wow.
Here's a bouncer up the middle, glove bobbled, and the throw by the shortstop is high off the glove of Nelson. And going to third on the play is Castillo. Holding at first is Sam Fole. A bouncer off the glove of Dillard, the pitcher. The shortstop near the bag. Escobar juggled it. Had one play, made a hurry-up throw high to first off the glove of Nelson. So a sloppy play all the way around for the Brewer defense. Runners at first and third with 1 away. And the batter for the Cubs is Richie Robnett. That will be E6, I believe. A good throw would have had him at first.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's get a couple more runs here.
Cubs lead by a pair. Robnett batting with men at first and third. Infield back, 1 down. And the pitch. Fastball is outside, ball 1. Getting back to that Cubs first homestand, they've got a couple against Colorado and then 4 with St. Louis at Wrigley Field starting on Thursday, April 16th. Cincinnati in for 3 starting on Tuesday, the 21st. So a nice 9-game homestand for the Cubs.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch, fouled away. For Cub tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or go to www.cubs.com. Cubs are home for only 1 more game in the opening month. After that 9-game homestand, they head back out on the road for St. Louis and Arizona. And they finish the month with a series starting against Florida on the 30th. The Marlins and Giants are in early May. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Robnett was fooled. Did not take a good swing.
You know, there's that situation. A lot of left-handers, today I've seen a lot of left-handers look for a certain pitch, and they're already ready, thinking, anticipating, and then they get that pitch down and away, and they try to hold up, but they go across.
Throw to first, chasing Fold back in. The big blow of the day, a 3-run homer by Jake Fox in the 3rd inning. The Cubs have led ever since. Aaron Miles drove in a run. Richie Robnett had a sacrifice fly to drive in a run. Joey Gathright was impressive. Gathright had 3 hits and scored on a very short sacrifice fly. Aaron Miles had some good at-bats. One away in the inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Richie Robnett. The right-hander Dillard is set. The tall righty fires. Line foul off to the left and out of play. June is an interesting month for the Cubs. Looking at the schedule, Ron, they have only 1 homestand, just 9 home games, 17 road games in June. So that'll be a critical period.
Yeah.
July is just the opposite. The Cubs are home for 15 home games and on the road for only 9 in July. It all evens out. But you do have those tough stretches sometimes where you play the great majority on the road for 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You just got to do your best. You know you're not going to dominate on the road all the time. That's just the nature of big league baseball. It's tough to win on the road. Now the 2-2. The Cubs at Wrigley made it very tough for the visitors to win on the road last year. The Cubs were 55-26.
How about that?
At Wrigley. That's the way you like it.
Yeah, that's the way you like it, is right.
Now the stretch by Dillard for the pitch to Robnett. Fold is leading. There he goes at first. 3-2 outside ball 4. They're loaded for Scales. Cubs with a chance to break this baby wide open right now. Bases loaded with 1 away. 7th inning. Cubs lead by 2. More activity in the Milwaukee bullpen. The pitching on both sides today has not been real crisp. You can tell it's early in the spring.
Yeah.
Ronnie, guys are a little bit wild. Their command is not quite as sharp as they would like it to be.
And you could tell. I mean, there's a lot of changes, but pitching today, there's been a lot of base on balls, and it's really slowed up the game.
Infield back, and the pitch on the way to Scales. Bouncing ball to first. Glove stepped on the bag, out at first. A run scores. Dropping the ball now is Nelson. Scoring on the play is Castillo, and the Cubs now lead 7-4. A big chop to the first baseman, Nelson.
And you know what he was trying to do? He was trying to tag first and go home, and the ball just dropped out of his hands. He dropped the ball. I don't think he would have had a chance. It was a high hopper to get to.
The new first baseman for Milwaukee is Thorman. That was Thorman who made that play. Scott Thorman. He stepped on the bag and then dropped the ball, but he had committed. Here's a pitch on the way to Hoffpower down low. But the umpire had already called the runner out at first. As the Cubs scored a run, it's 7-4, 2 outs, men at second and third. And Hoffpower batting. He is 1 for 3 with a walk and a run scored.
Bring in 2 more here.
2 men in scoring position. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball to first. Fielded by Thorman, unassisted, makes the play to end the inning. Cubs score once, leave 2. On to the 8th inning we go. Cubs 7, Milwaukee 4. Right-hander Chad Fox pitching for the Cubs as we go to inning number 8. The Brewer leadoff hitter is going to be Trot Nixon. Nixon to lead things off. Cubs getting a run unearned in that 7th inning and lead by 3 as we move to the 8th. Fox fires down low for ball 1.
Chad Fox?
Chad Fox.
Yeah, boy, it's amazing that he came back this spring.
Fox with that serious elbow issue. Here's a swing and a foul back.
And, I mean, that was a serious elbow injury, and he was out of baseball, for 2-3 years?
He was out for 2 years.
2 years.
Following major elbow surgery. Here's the next offering, a breaking ball in there for a strike. Fox, 38 years old. Keeps hanging on. You got to admire a guy like that.
Yeah, well, after 2 years and decided to come back, and he came up with the Cubs.
He strikes out the leadoff hitter. That's Trot Nixon, one away, Ron.
But you don't know how long that's going to last.
Yeah.
You know, especially at his age with that kind of severe. I think he's got a rod in there or something.
I beg your pardon? Is this a baseball story? I was going to say something else about him, but I want to get back to your story.
Well,
sounds
he's
more
had a lot of
intriguing.
He's got some screws.
I beg your pardon again. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way. A swing and a foul back by the new Brewer hitter. This is Mike Lamb. Oh, so here you go. You've got Lamb against Fox. We've been dreaming of this matchup all day.
Yeah, but Lamb, that Fox is too small to eat that lamb.
As long as there's no wad involved. Here's a swing and a fly ball to deep center, but it is playable for full. And he's got it for out number 2. I'm kind of hoping for this inning to end fast so that neither of us gets in trouble. 2 outs, and the batter is Irbaran. But Fox pitched for these Brewers back in 2001 to change the subject.
Yeah, you know, he's been a bullpen guy, and boy, but I mean, he really had a, you know, when you talk to him, and you know, you think he's got nothing but. What are you laughing about?
Swinging a foul back, and the count on Irbaran is 0-1. I've reached that point of the day, Ron, where you just get a little goofy.
Yes.
I mean, we're always a little goofy.
Yeah, that's right.
We're very goofy by this hour.
Oh, gosh.
Here's the 0-1. A check swing by Irbaran. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. I looked over at Ron. He was holding up his elbow and searching for, I think, a wad in his own elbow there for a moment. Did you find one? It's a very personal question. I apologize.
It's okay. It's personal.
And the pitch bounced past the mound. It'll be glove. Nice play by Blanco, and he throws him out at first. Andres Blanco with a very nice play to end the inning. No runs, no hits, and 1 wad at the end of 7.5. Cubs 7, Brewers 4. Cubs lead by 3, bottom of the 8th. 7 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Cubs. 4-11-2 for Milwaukee. Brad Snyder will lead off the Cubs' 8th inning and face a left-hander. Let's see if we can identify him. As the Cubs look for some insurance runs, and whenever the Cubs do score insurance runs, they're brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Left-hander against left-hander. Here we go. Last of the 8th. Snyder takes down low for ball 1. Now the next offering. Snyder will take a fastball high in the count now. 2 balls and no strikes. See if we can identify this new Brewer left-hander. Might be Sam Narron.
Well, we've identified everybody here. I think we've been right on today.
I wouldn't get carried away, Ron. Here's 3 balls and no strikes. You do your best, and that's
it.
All you can do. Again, we are over here, removed from the press box area where they have all the changes and are notified. Ball 4 to Snyder. It's a leadoff walk, last of the 8th. Cubs lead 7-4. Cubs will keep on playing every day out here in the spring. They'll play a game tomorrow against Texas over in Surprise, Arizona. Surprise, northwest of Phoenix. Ted Lilly's going to start for the Cubs tomorrow. Narron delivers. Andres Blanco will take a strike. Andres made a nice play to end the top of the 8th inning. I like that play where a second baseman has to angle and back of the mound, make a little short hop pickup, and then that quick off-balance sidearm throw to first on the run. It's a pretty play.
And it's a difficult play, and they make it look easy.
It is so easy to make a bad throw on that play. Your momentum is heading toward the third baseline, and you have to flip it sideways back to first. And many times you can't really pick up the target before you make the throw. Here's the 0-2 on the way. Fastball is outside for a ball.
You know, and you can't practice those kind of plays. They got to be instinctive. And the biggest problem, you know, it's like when I would go into the hole and come up with a good play, but the momentum took me to spin around. And when you spin around, you know, you got to have the idea where that base is. Because you got to get rid of it right away.
2 balls and 2 strikes. A man at first, nobody out. Bottom of the 8th. For every walk by a Cubs player who draws a walk today, Walgreens makes a $100 contribution to Ron Santo's Walk for the Cure. For JDRF, you guys have raised countless millions of dollars for that JDRF run.
I think it's since I've had the walk, $65 million.
And it keeps getting bigger and better every year, doesn't it?
Well, you know, this year was more difficult because of the economy, but we still ended up raising $5 million. And JDRF Foundation, and you know what I love about it, Pat, is there's been, with all the money that's been raised, not just by the different chapters all over, has really improved living with diabetes. I mean, a lot of things have happened, and knowing where you're at, blood sugars and things like that you can do at home, and 85 cents of every dollar goes to research, and that's what's great.
Thanks to Walgreens, though, for continuing to add to that great cause. Now the 2-2. Blanco takes a curve in the dirt, blocked nicely by the catcher. Rivera was the starting catcher earlier, but by this late hour, the Brewer catcher is Luke Croy. A lot of offense today, 21 base hits, 10 by the Cubs. Jake Fox with a big 3-run home run. Milwaukee with solo homers from Mike Cameron and Mike Rivera. Now Narron fires. Down low, he walked him. 2 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Cubs already looking good, leading by 3. They could eliminate the competitive part of this game with a big rally here.
Yes.
Our 7th inning stretch a few moments ago brought to you by Citgo. Gentleman who sang the 7th inning stretch gave a nice little speech before he actually launched into the number.
Took about an extra 5 minutes.
I'm going to vote for him. Here is a pitch down low for a ball. He was having fun. Good for him. Several fans right down below our booth. Every time there's a commercial break, here's a ground ball to short, fielded by Escobar. Steps on the bag, throws to first. That's a double play. Safe at third is Snyder, but that's a double play. 6-3. Escobar gloved it right near the bag. And the slender shortstop stepped on the bag and fired to first for the twin killing. 2 down. And here's Darwin Barney. The fans are reaching up and requesting autographs from Ron Santo. Ron, always happy to oblige.
Well, and they're asking you also, and you're happy to oblige.
You bet.
And that's the main thing. But they shouldn't interfere with us while we're doing the game. But they do.
Ron, sensing the ending of this ball game, has already packed his little bag.
Well,
and
I figure 3 hours is long enough for me.
Here's a pitch down low. Any longer than 3, and Ronnie has to put in for overtime. Well, but the Cubs are leading by 7-4 here in the 8th. Jason Du Bois is on deck. Barney today batting 8th in the order, 1 for 4. Cubs trying to make it 2-0 in the Cactus League. Not that the record is all that important. It's something certainly you'd like to win. You'd rather win than lose. That's always the case.
Absolutely.
But you just want to stay healthy and get your work in. That's the primary goal down here.
Well, Lou was talking about that, Pat. That hey, you know the way with this extended spring training, he said. We're not going to be playing a lot of our regulars, and so he didn't feel like we're going to win a lot of ball games. But it goes to show you, when you get good pitching, you win ball games.
Check swing. Did he go? No swing. And the count is 2-2. Well, Milton Bradley played for the first time. He had a walk and a ground out. Ramos Ramirez played. He had a strikeout and a walk before he departed. Derek Lee did not play today, nor did Alfonso Soriano, nor did Ryan Terrio. Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. The Cubs don't score. We go to the 9th. The score, the Chicago Cubs 7 and the Milwaukee Brewers 4. Right-hander Angel Guzman will try to close the door on Milwaukee this afternoon. Tall right-hander warming up. Cubs lead by a score of 7-4. Cubs have led ever since a third-inning, 3-run home run by Jake Fox. Please stay tuned for the post-game show. We will give you all the other scores around the Cactus League and games from the Grapefruit League over in Florida. And we'll find a couple of highlights for you. We might play that Jake Fox 3-run homer for you on the post-game show, so stay tuned for that later on. Guzman will face the Brewers' leadoff hitter here in the ninth inning. And this is going to be number 90. And this, unfortunately, is a guy we do not have a number for. Here's the pitch on the way, and he hits a fly ball to deep right. It's going to be caught by Robnett, and that's out number 1. We understand his name is Larry Tekendani. 1 down here in the top of the ninth. Nice to see VJ Tekendani. Maybe that's where I just thought of that name. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is. Nice to see VJ. He works for the Cubs front office and does a tremendous job. He's out here working. 1 down. And the batter, Alcides Escobar, he takes down low. This kid played at Double-A Huntsville a year ago. He's got some power. He's got some speed. And he is a bona fide big league prospect. Alcides Escobar. There is a strike. And the count is now 1-1. Cubs 7, Brewers 4, top of the ninth, 1 away. Guzman's pitch. Low and inside for a ball, 2-1. Now the next offering by Guzman. A fly ball, left center, pretty well hit back toward the wall. This ball is off the wall and bouncing, in fact, over the fence for a ground rule double. Escobar thought it left the yard. He is circling the bases, but now he's being told to go back to second. He's got a smile on his face. Maybe he figured the umpires didn't see it, but it clearly bounced over the wall. It's a 2-bagger. Escobar doubles with 1 away. And the Brewers' new batter is Mark Holloman. Mark Holloman batting for Milwaukee. One away, top of the ninth. Cubs lead 7-4. Here is the stretch and the pitch. Curveball is down low, ball 1. Guzman trying to win a spot on this Cubs roster. Control has always been one of the things that has held him back. Angel, as a big leaguer, has appeared in 33 games. Here's a bouncing ball right side, fielded by Hoffbauer. Turns, feeds the pitcher on the bag at first in time, 2 down. Good timing between Hoffbauer and the pitcher Guzman, 2 away. And the Brewers are down to their last chance. Guzman, as a big leaguer, has a career record of 0-7 and his ERA exactly 6. And it's been the control. 50 walks in 96 innings. And that tells you all you need to know right there. Guzman trying to save it today. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Scott Thorman representing the Brewers' final chance. Now Guzman ready again. Here's the next pitch. Fouled away, off to the left, out of play. Guys continue to work in that Milwaukee bullpen. Trying to get a number. I think the name out there is Fernando Tekendani. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him, and the Cubs win. The Chicago Cubs have made it 2 in a row over the Cactus League competition. They beat the Dodgers yesterday, and they beat Milwaukee here today. The final, Cubs 7, Brewers 4. Back with the totals right after this on the WGN Cubs Radio Network. The game totals for the victorious Chicago Cubs: 7 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. For the Milwaukee Brewers, 4 runs, 12 hits, and 2 errors. Angel Guzman gets the save in a game that lasted 3 hours and 11 minutes. The attendance, 6,711. The Cubs make it 2 in a row. The final again, Cubs 7, Brewers 4. Back to wrap things up right after these words on the WGN Cubs Radio Network. Well, in the late afternoon sun here in Mesa, Arizona, the fans are starting to head for the exits. Beautiful day. It was about 70 degrees, lots of action, a lot of run scoring. When it was all said and done, the Cubs had beaten the Brewers by a score of 7-4. A reminder, our next broadcast is Wednesday, March the 4th, over in Goodyear, Arizona, when the Cubs take on the Cleveland Indians. Game time is 2 o'clock Central Time. That is next Wednesday, the 4th of March. Our thanks to our producer-engineer Joe Pashley for a job well done. For Ron Santo, it is Pat Hughes saying thank you for listening and goodbye from Hohokam Park in Mesa, Arizona. Once again, the final score, the Chicago Cubs 7 and the Milwaukee Brewers 4. Please stay tuned for the post-game show, which I will have for you in a moment, right after these words on the WGN Cubs Radio Network. This is the Cubs Central postgame show on News Talk 720 WGN, brought to you by National City Bank and Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. Welcome back to Mesa's Hohokam Park in sunny Arizona. The Cubs have made it 2 in a row. The Cubs have just beaten Milwaukee by a score of 7-4. We will recap some of the scoring and play a highlight or two for you in just a few moments. In the meantime, here are the other scores from around exhibition baseball on this Thursday. Washington beat Detroit earlier today by a score of 2-1. Baltimore blasted St. Louis 11-3. The Dodgers have beaten the Giants 16-7. Atlanta over Houston over in Florida by a score of 8-7. The Braves beat the Astros. Toronto toppled Philadelphia 6-2. Minnesota has beaten Cincinnati this afternoon 10-4. The Mets shut down Florida 9-0. The Angels have beaten the Oakland A's 3-1. Seattle and San Diego are still going at it. They're tied 4-4 in the 10th inning over in Peoria, Arizona. The Yankees beat Tampa Bay by a score of 5-1. The Pirates beat Boston 3-2. Arizona, in a wild game, is leading Cleveland 15-9. The Diamondbacks over Arizona 15-9. That game is in the bottom of the 8th inning over in Goodyear, Arizona. The White Sox have beaten Colorado 4-1. And finally, Kansas City has bested Texas 7-2. Here in Mesa, the Cubs have beaten Milwaukee by a score of 7-4. Back with a recap and a highlight in a moment on the WGN Cubs Radio Network. The Lexus High Performance Play of the Game is sponsored by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealers. Back in Mesa, Arizona, Pat Hughes once again. Let's get right to that Lexus High Performance Play of the Game. It occurred in the 3rd inning. The game was tied 1-1. The Cubs had 2 men on base, and Jake Fox came up for the Chicago Cubs. Here's a fly ball to deep left off the bat of Fox. Back goes Braun. That ball is gone. 3-run homer. Jake Fox. Cubs lead 4-1.
All right.
With a line drive home run to left, and the Cubs lead 4-1. And the Cubs led all the way from that point until the end of this ball game today, winning by a score of 7-4. Some of the other highlights in the game: Richie Robnett had a sacrifice fly. Aaron Miles drove in a run with a single. Joey Gathright not only had a run-scoring base hit, but impressively, Gathright showed his tremendous speed, scoring on a short sacrifice fly to left field in the 5th inning. The Cubs winning it by a score of 7-4, 7 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error for the Cubs, 4-12-2 for Milwaukee. Angel Guzman got the final 3 outs in the 9th inning to earn the save in a game that lasted 3 hours and 11 minutes. 6,711 on a very pleasant Arizona day saw the Cubs beat Milwaukee by a score of 7-4. Our next broadcast next Wednesday when the Cubs take on the Indians. Game time, 2 o'clock Central Time. Pat Hughes saying thank you again for listening and goodbye from Mesa's Hohokam Park. Once again, the final score, the Chicago Cubs 7 and the Milwaukee Brewers 4. This has been a presentation of the WGN Cubs Radio Network.